¿Estamos nosotros ahora?
No, ya abrí el streaming. Solo el streaming.
¿Y pero eso quiere decir que ya me pongo? ¿En cualquier minuto vamos a empezar a hablar ya?
Exacto. Estamos en la mar, pues. Me queda poquito para cambiar la mano.
Uno, dos, uno, dos. We welcome you all. We are minutes away to start this seminar. We invite all of you to take a seat and to start our seminar. We suggest you to keep your cell phones in silence. We invite you and we welcome you to this seminar, Magallanes, Region Antarctic, Present and Future, organized by the regional government and the Association of Logistic Antarctica, APAL. Our friends, times have shown that Antarctica as a main worry for Magallanes. Our region is the closest to the continent, which allows us the possibility to Punta Arenas and Puerto Williams to become the main entering gates to Antarctica, taking advantage of being around 1,000 kilometers from it. In the Antarctic Peninsula, you can find the largest amount of scientific bases, where 23 countries transit from one another, taking advantage of the air bridge from Punta Arenas and to the airfield Teniente Rodolfo March. They use the port of Punta Arenas as the most important port from South America for sailing towards Antarctica. Nevertheless, the Antarctic cruise tourism, with more than 500 landfalls in the last season, has developed mainly through the port of Ushuaia in Argentina. The increase of these activities, the tourism and the scientific exploration, national and international, has allowed us to look at the Antarctic continent with new energy, becoming conscious of all the opportunities that Antarctica allows us to develop strategic development of our region and our country. Next, to start this seminar, I'm going to let the governor of the region of Magallanes and Chilean Antarctica, Dr. Jorge Flies, to say some words. I am going to be very brief in my introduction and my greetings. Then I'll have a short presentation that will last about 3 hours. I want to thank first to those who host this event, between Cadimag and Livacic. We meet every week with all the people who take part in this. So let me thank the principal of the university, and I thank you to invite me. Second, I would like to greet the authorities, the regional authorities, seremis and directors. Thank you for our leaders and the authorities, civil and from armed forces. I would like to thank the director of APAL, that together we can restart a topic that is very important for the region. We have always said it and we defend it. This region has the honor to have a last name. It's not only Magallanes but the Chilean Antarctica and its future. We want it to be the future not only of the region but of the country. We're not looking up north, we're looking south. So I thank the invitation to the seminar, the theme that we're going to discuss today, and we hope in the next few minutes to share plenty with you. Thank you for the invitation, and I hope it is a good day to all of you. Thank you, Don Jorge, Mr. Jorge. I'm going to allow next, we invite the president of APAL, Ms. Tania Pesirich Cortese. Hello everyone, welcome. I would like to welcome you to our seminar. I would like to thank the governor for his participation in this activity and to his team. Also to Don Jose Maripani, the principal of the university, for allowing us to lend us the space and the opportunity to be here. And he's also letting us more, not only technology. So this seminar can be transmitted through streaming to other parts of the country and the world. And that is very important. It's every day more common, but we need to highlight it. I would also like to thank to the rest of the authorities present and all the guests from different organizations, students, and the people from APAL for participating and for helping in the Antarctic logistics. Among our guests, I would like to highlight that there are many people that are connecting with us. On one side, we have a group from COMNAP, which is an advice that unites many people from different agencies, from different countries that relate to Antarctica. And COMNAP allows to develop science. It's like the Chilean Institute, Antarctic Institute, and many of them are listening to us through our streaming. And we also have another group with IATO, with the Association of Antarctic Operators, Tourism. Very interesting for them. And what do I mean by this? Is that what we're doing is that we're showing different topics of Antarctica. We're going to discuss speeches related to education, infrastructure, and what the challenges will be in the future, and how we plan to turn ourselves into a hub towards science and research. We're going to talk about the presence of private people in the continent. There are different type of topics. What I want to say is that we as Magallanicos, we want to state something that is relevant for the world. We are the gateway to Antarctica, and it's not rare that there are people connected with us from all over the world, and I would like to welcome them all. And finally, say that PAL has a specific meaning. If you read the word in English, it can mean a pal, como a friend, and that's an interesting exception of the meaning that we would like to highlight, because we want to be a friend to all of you, to all of the agencies, Antarctic agencies, to get to know Antarctica and for us to take care of it better. I hope you enjoy the different topics that we have and for you to enjoy the day. Thank you. Mrs. Tania, thank you. Now we're going to briefly explain the seminar. It consists of 2 stages of speeches of 15 minutes each. After each stage, we will have a pause for your questions and comments. In the first stage, there will be 4 expositions, one from the regional governor, from the airport direction, from the Chilean Army, and from Corfu. So we start our seminar with the explanation of the new Antarctic Center, CAI, presented by Don Jorge Flies, governor of the Magellan region and Chilean Antarctic. Mr. Flies is a surgeon from the University of Chile, specialized in family medicine from Catholic University of Chile, a master in government and culture management of organizations from University of Navarra, Pamplona, Spain, has made several certificates in administration of health, hospital management, assistant networks management, health and economic gestion in different universities of the country. His option of public service has been Magallanes. In the year 2000, he became the director of the health service in Magallanes. He was intendente of the region between the 11th of March of 2014 to March 2018. We highlight his vision to consolidate access in Magallanes related to connectivity, science, technology, innovation, and conservation. So let's start these speeches with our governor, Don Jorge Flies. I'm very diagonal, so I'm not going to be able to see from here. We had the team working until today in the morning with certain things that we wanted to incorporate. You tell us, frankly. The mic will be here any minute. Not only we would like to get to what International Antarctic Center, we're working with the Ministry of Public Works and Architecture with a budget that was not successful. But it happens with these large projects. But we need to push forward and keep on moving to adequate the program and the project. Today we're going to get together with the Ministry of Architecture to make sure what we're going to do in the future. I'm gonna go fast, and there's gonna be a test at the end. I don't know what I did. Now is the projection. So, just to remind you some elements. Don Jose Ratamales knows very well the work that we have done regarding to Antarctica, the political Antarctica, and the strategic plan 21-25. And today we're checking the Antarctic political from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. These are some of the objectives that we have and things that we wanted to review with you. Sovereignty principles, protection of environment, protection of regulation, and social rights. In Antarctic politics, these 10 points are the ones who need to be highlighted. Sovereignty, leadership, protection of environment, investigation, Antarctic research, development, fishing, and others. In the strategic plan, I can tell you that Chile, its strategic vision is until 2035, created in 2015, and its strategic plan is 113 elements that needs to be followed by each institute or agency from different regions of the country, where the Magellan region is very well involved. Some elements that call our attention in other presentations. This was from the previous government. Take a look that Article 4, the application of the law, is in the entire territory, especially in the Antarctica, not through Magellan, as Antarctica and Subantarctica. We have asked, well, where it's going to be located, specifically related to Antarctica, independent to the process that happens all around the country, but to know what's going to happen with the environmental impact in the continent. And we've stated that the Antarctic policy needs to have present in the Magellan region. All these projects have impact, and we need to take a look at the region as an Antarctic region. Just now in the Article 20, which is the last article, the regional governments are mentioned. We're interested in because of the organization of it and the vision of the country in this environment. Identity, specific governments, projects asked from us, the protection of environment, the encouragement of tourism, science, culture, and others. Article 33, logistic and sabotage from Punta Arenas, that relates to the armed forces, especially the Navy. Article 34, green hydrogen and other solutions, renewable non-conventional energies, mentioned in 2015 as element to add. In the conversation we have with different developments of hydrogen, we have asked them how in the productive area in the Antarctic, how are we crucial for the change of energy matrix. We are also in charge of the pollutions in Article 36. We need to take all pollutants from the Antarctica and from Puerto Williams, and we're working with 2 projects, a new landfill in Tierra del Fuego and a new landfill here in Punta Arenas. They were just approved. The studies, the environmental impact studies for each project. Still in delay is the figure of the intendente, which is a cargo that does no longer exist. Sovereignty. I wanted to highlight this map, as it says the Army, Chile is not a thin country. If you see the projection, the maritime projection that we have in Antarctica, and I like to mention it because in the future we'll be more interested. I don't have my laser pointer, but if you look at Chile, it's a wide country with our maritime projection. And it's interesting, the Antarctic maritime projection, it goes beyond the meridian 90, which is the declared sovereignty of Chile in Antarctica. We also like to tell you that we have been authorized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to develop research beyond the 90 meridian. I think that we have been discussed with other regions and other countries, and it is what motivates us to work in Antarctica. There you can see the axis of what is being done. Sometimes we see and we cannot acknowledge the efforts that we have done, and take a look that Chile has the project of CAI, with the Subantarctic Center already built and working. I'm going to tell a little bit about the aerospace, or the agency, Aerospace of Chile, that it's coming to Punta Arenas, and we have a research line from Escudero to the Glacier Union that covers thousands or hundreds of kilometers. We've worked in marine protected maritime areas, but not only in the ones we have, but also the proposals, the international proposals in the Antarctica. We're also working with this climate change gradient latitude sensor that you may have heard. Is the largest gradient of the climate change that the world has in study currently. Magallanes has a fundamental role in all of this. And to strengthen the region, we have a scientific centers, connectivity, polar vocation, infrastructure, and a development hub. Also a list of some things that have kept us busy in the strategic plan. All of these are being developed currently, is being built or has been built. Also mention that just short ago the development regional strategy has been constructed and built, where we have become a natural lab, so we become our region as a scientific region, part of our sovereignty in Antarctica, an ecosystem of CTCI, Regional Science and Logistics Antarctica, and also think that from this information we need to have all the technology and all the big data specifically. To have a region that its problem has always been the connectivity now is key. We're not only thinking in the optic fiber towards Antarctic, which would be a sovereign act. We're tendering the feasibility to connect Port Williams to Antarctica, to Base Frey specifically, but we have also insisted the cable Humboldt did not work, but we have insisted in a third opportunity to connect Pacific Asia close to the pole and to entering through Punta Arenas. We talked about this through Ministry of Transportation last week. Not only the fiber optic in Antarctica, but also the possibility to connect all Pacific Asia through Punta Arenas. The Antarctic cable has been tendered this year, and the design will also be tendered this year. We have worked with the armed forces. The armed forces historically have allowed us to connect the logistic of this area here in Fuente Alba, and the Air Force with its planes, but not only the Navy, but lots of presence of privates through partners of APAL. We can see this beautiful ship of Antarctica 21, and this also picture from March airfield with the planes of DAP. We're studying what the system will be for piers and ports that we have discussed with Navy to the development of Magallanes. We have to move towards a naval ship, what will happen in Laredo and in Cabo Negro and also in San Gregorio, which are all in the north side of the Strait of Magellan. We have discussed a new port in Puerto Williams for ships that sail from Puerto Williams to Antarctica. Here you can see it with Guardian Brito from this year's pictures, and the pier will be finished, if I'm not mistaken, this year. We're working on the tendering of all the verticals needed in the pier. There's a topic that will come here in the next slides, what it meant for Puerto Williams. Work with Diane, that we thank her, and with the director of port issues. Let me show you. You don't know, but what you can see there above is the famous Vitas that allow us, with the Navy, that help us to build and to operate ships as the one that you can see. Without those Vitas, which are very large and very important, with Diane we thought that we were just posts, but these are large engineering projects. And we would like to thank our pier director, because they worked very well. This was authorized to say roughly the 6th of last year of a specific month, and by the following day the ships were already arriving. So we worked very well because we had a very good season of tourism from Puerto Williams to Antarctica, thanks to these Vitas. So we thank them for their work. And here, to your left, what is going to be the pier, the multi-purpose pier in Base Frey in Antarctica. It's large enough where the Navy will also have a logistic issue to develop this infrastructure. This project is difficult, complex, but it's already agreed. And I mention this because through this base and Teniente March airfield, we have the best airport, and the idea is to also have the best port and the best connectivity, digital connectivity. Check what Chile is offering the world and Antarctica. Not only is through that way, we also need other areas like airports. We're paving a new runway in the Punta Arenas airport. We're also moving in public works in the new terminal of Puerto Williams. We were yesterday with the new director of airports, and our regional director is here, and he has very good news for the region related to air connectivity, and also together with improvements of Teniente March airfield in Antarctica. And we need to build a terminal for passengers. This is the first picture you ever see from the Aerospatial Center. The Aerospatial Agency in Chile, the same way INACH, the Antarctic Institute came to Punta Arenas, now the Aerospatial Center will also come. This is the building that is going to be here, that we're going to work from the Teledetection and Aerospatial Center. We're going to be working with all of this, and we'll be checking the Antarctic and its region, and we're going to work most of it is with the Magellan University and other universities. I'm not going to tell you what we're going to build here in Punta Arenas, because that is going to be part of another presentation. But this is the building that we would build probably next to the airport of the current airport. 6,000 square meters of construction is slightly bigger than the rehabilitation center that we have next to the hospital. the Subantarctic Center that was a dream years ago, today is currently working with higher education, tourism, and with research studies like platforms. And we also have the basis, the scientific basis, and they have Carvajal is the one that we're going to start, which is the closest to the South Pole, and we're going to fix that, and we plan to support it as a regional government. Pato, I'll be with you in a minute. And the International Antarctic Center, we're convinced as a regional government that this is a project that is a symbol project, one of the largest and most important here in the region. The resources come from the national government, and there are technical differences that we are checking for the tendering. You've seen these from other speeches and presentations from INACH. Here present you have people that have been working on this project. Freddy, how long ago did you start with the projects? 33 years ago. That's when you started the idea. And today we're around the corner to finish it. We recovered the Sandy Point. This is the location, parkings, and different changes. So what was a project of a pier, we're going to remove it because there's going to be a pier closed. There's going to be an heliport. Some of these complicate the authorization, but we want to simplify it for the next tendering. The plants, the sonification, that what you can see in blue is the area of labs and research of the main building, and that what you can see in green and orange are public areas of great impact. This building, logistically and scientific building, but it's going to impact our people in the region. Some of the area plans that we're going to have, there you can see in the middle what is going to be an Antarctic experience, what is going to be to go around an Antarctic forest. There will be many displays permanently, and we finish with some of the things that I want to show with an auditorium, with a planetarium that will show everything that has the vault, the Ostro vault of our skies. I would like to get to the images, if you allow me. There you can see some elements that is going to be the aquarium, that is going to be adjusted because the volume and the type of fauna that is going to be implemented is going different from the original idea. There you can see some of what is going to be the Antarctic forest that is already in production, and the samples and the temporary samples that we're going to have. There's a dimension of the height and the levels of what the forest will have. People from Magellan and from the world, as you, Don Jose, has said, is to bring the Antarctica to our continent, and this is what we're going to have in that center. So thank you for the invitation. Thank you. Don Jorge, thank you, Governor of our region, with our first exposition this morning. Let me insist with what I said at the beginning. There will be a stage with 4 presentations in the first stage, and then we'll have a round of questions and comments and participation. So prepare your questions. Next, we will allow the second expedition of the seminar, airports from the Magellan region, new conditions, will be in charge of the regional director of the airport direction of the Ministry of Public Works, Fabian Navarro Pera. Let me mention some background of Don Fabian. Fabian is the regional director of airports, a civil engineer, industrial civil engineer, constructor, and has worked 19 years as a public and private institution, and 14 of them has worked in the Ministry of Public Works and the Architecture Director, and since 2013 from the Airport Direction. So let me allow you to welcome Don Fabián Navarro Vera. Welcome. We, as Airport Direction, belonging from the Ministry of Public Works, we are the ones in charge of the construction and maintenance of all the runways in the region, with the main axis of connectivity, integration, and the geopolitical vision of the new runways that we're thinking of building. Sorry. Our network of airports is divided in the primary red net, our airport in Punta Arenas, and the secondary network where you have Puerto Natales, Puerto Williams, and March airfield, and the red and the network of small airfields like Cerro Castillo, San Sebastián, Pampaguanaco, among others. Starting for the Antarctic province, which is the most important part of this seminar, the projects that we're working on today are the design and the improvement of the airfield March. That will have the shelter that this airfield is going to have. Initially, we're thinking to have it on side of a platform, and it would include walking ways to move outside of the area of the air or the planes. The design is being developed. There you can see the chronogram of the development and the projections of the execution of the programs. We plan to reduce the cost and the timing. The cost will be around 7,000 million pesos. Since the seminar is present and future, the most present thing we have is that in the next season, 24-25, we will conserve the airfield with an improvement, the entire airfield, and a testing in the platform area with concrete to be able to see if it could last longer, the airfield, because every time it unfreezes and the winter goes, then the surface changes and there's a damage in it. These will cost 12,000 million pesos, executed between 2024 and 2025. From the Antarctic province, we are developing the profile of a new location for a new airfield and to augment the possibility to have more airships. People who have had the opportunity to go to Puerto Williams have seen that the platform is already small, and the terminal, since we are building a new one, this is only temporary because the tourism is augmenting, and we plan that the terminal needs to be relocated and its platforms. The governor has already mentioned these are the works that we're executing, but this year we're tendering. In June, we're opening it for 2 projects. The close of the surrounding of the airport, so to prevent animals from coming in. New accesses, new offices, new meteorology and illumination towers with 100,000 million pesos. And we know that they're going to be executed, and we expect a maximum of 11,000 million pesos. For Puerto Natales, currently we are executing the design of the master plan of saturation of the Teniente Gallardo Airport. It considers a second runway, more platforms, and the zones in red are the zones that will be destined to cargo, state, and to state. This design is being planned, will be end in 2026, and in 2026 we could already have the tendering for its development for a total. Normally these prices are for stages, but these are the total 70,000 million pesos. We are looking for the building to have zero carbon emissions and for it to be sustainable. This is also new. Is a geopolitical vision. We're preparing the profile to implement an airfield in Puerto Den. Its location would be behind the town, and this is a geopolitical vision and also to connect this community. So this finally we have the support. We could start these projects in the future. Sorry, I went by. It skips. There are no surprises now. And for the present, by the end of this year or by the beginning of next year, we plan to execute new development in Puerto Natales, having tower lights, warehouses, new X-rays, and other services that do not have spaces. These will be between 7 to 8,000 million pesos, and the conservation of the runway that has not been maintained since 2017, and that has more movement nowadays. So we're going to cover it, preventing any features. And we plan to do this by the end of 2023. Presidente Carlos Ibáñez del Campo, the main airport in Punta Arenas. We're looking at the profile to the redesign of our main airport that includes the widening of the runways and new buildings, warehouses and other installations that may be needed in the airport. And as the governor said, currently we are executing 2 projects. One is the orange runway that will go beyond the runway, that will alternative to the main road. It will build of concrete, and while is that being built, the alternative is the runway in orange. Parallelly, we're going to start working in the vertical works for the savage and fire prevention. Would be an obstacle in the new operation, so we will have to build a new one in the blue places, and we're also going to have a infrastructure for the Air Force. One of the works that was finished last year, but its operation and its resolution was last month. Is one of the small airfields in Tierra del Fuego, Franco Bianco. There you can see we had the chance to fly there this week. The runway has 2,500 meters as a new refuge that will allow us the connectivity to Tierra del Fuego. Now you know that when there are problems with the crossing by ship, sometimes you can take 3 to 4 hours. But this day we were able to be there in 20 minutes and come back in 30. So it'll be an improvement to integrate Tierra del Fuego to the Magellan region. And our main airport, we can show what is coming. This project will take place in both airports, in Balmaceda and in Punta Arenas. It will increase in the amount of people that can take, vehicles they can have, and planes they can receive. So it's increasing the amount of square meters, allowing more planes to land, more parkings for passengers, and to have more things automized. It has a regional identity. Also, you can see the new buildings for aeronautics that move further away from the terminal. Thank you. Mr. Navarro, thank you. Thank you to you. We continue. Continuing with our seminar, now it's time for the exposition called The New Route Between Punta Arenas and the Antarctic Peninsula, in charge of Don Jorge Gutierrez. Captain Jorge Gutierrez Acevedo currently is the major in the 3rd Naval Zone and the commandant of the naval base, and has to fulfill logistic and administrative duties. He has developed and studied abroad in Panama, Argentina, Brazil, and in the United States. Has done different courses in international law and masters in management, in management of organizations and science and naval sciences. We'll let Don Jorge Gutierrez to come on stage. Thank you. Let me thank the principal of LOMAG and Mr. Governor for allowing me this opportunity, to PAL and all of those who are listening. Since the governor mentioned what the future would be, I would also like to say certain things that we mentioned in the inauguration of the month of the Navy. For the Navy, Antarctic is very important. It's part of our connectivity. We have new Antarctic ships like the VL that will be arriving next year, and we also have the arrival of a new tugboat to Antarctica that will be working in the area of Punta Arenas, Puerto Williams, and Antarctica. This new ship will support all the Antarctic agencies by transporting gas and oil and loads. It'll have more than 1,000 tons of petrol that will allow us to help different bases and ships. This is a topic that is very important and relevant for us. It's part of our strategy, our future strategy in 20 years. And it's important for you to know that for us, we are training more and gaining more capabilities to help you. So today I want to talk about the routes towards Antarctica. We're going to mention two, the ones that we're having, and a third one that certain operators have asked us to assess. So we will mention the ones of the pros and cons. We will discuss the pros and cons of this new route. This is our jurisdiction. What it is, our specific naval zone, and from the sectors that we're going to talk, we're going to be talking about Bay Cook and Furious, which is a possible new route to Antarctica with a difference of 160 kilometers, 82 nautical miles. This route by Bay Cook is already authorized and it's safe. and is the one we use to go directly to Antarctica. The second route has to do through the Canal Beagle and Cape Horn. These are the pieces of news that we've had from 2011 when this new route was developed with our newest and most improved lighthouse. And the Navy has been present in this route and helping in this route since then. There from 2022 you can see that we have two routes of access, one from Bay Cook and the other one from Beagle. Here I would like to mention in point 5 that is a bulletin that was for the practicums that it mentions that the route through Furies is not recommended because it's not beaconed, because it's not safe. There are 20 nautical miles that is not beaconed, and there could have an accident, and operators could have an issue with insurances. Those are the transfer points that we have as practicum. That is important for you to know. In Possession Bay, in the Occidental entrance, and Cook Bay. All the others are in Waller and Richmond in the Beagle Canal and in Isla Hornos. Going into the detail of this possible new route through Fury, there you can see the detail. You can see that all that sector that can be shown in the screen is not beaconed. So there are between 40 kilometers, 20 nautical miles. That is the sector that I wanted to show you. 15 nautical miles that have not been beaconed and would be unsafe for the sailing. And that's one of the most important reasons why this route is not recommended to open it in short term unless there's a specific need to do it and to open it. But to assess this route lasts about 7 years, and then it needs to be to a committee in the army that would allow it to be beaconed, and then they analyze the possibility to have a new route to assess the depth and then to beacon it. If people in the future, if you would like to open this route through Fury, you would have to ask this council for it to open it. There you can see the dimensions, the distances between one route and the other. The one in black is the route in Beagle Canal. It's 117 nautical miles, 220 kilometers. The one in red is the second route, is shorter, is 785 miles, and that's through Bay Cook. And the third route that is not open, it's only 32 nautical miles less, so it's about 60 kilometers less. That for a ship, it's about 2 hours. It's not significant. That would be the sector of Margarita. And the difference is about 20 miles, 40 kilometers between Furious and Cook. It's also tiny. Finally, the three fundaments that we have detected as the Army is that the advantage of one route from Fury and Bay Cook is not relevant because the distance is too short. As we said, it's only 60 kilometers. About 2 hours sailing. The Navy, in its priorities, does not have a plan of beacon in Fury because there's no need to do it. We need to understand that that is not a priority in the Navy. And finally, a reason that has to do with safety is for the transfers of practicums. Is increased. Is more dangerous. This is not the best place to do transfers, and in that transfer there could be longer timing in transfers, and these 2 hours that you could gain could be lost in transfers. So that's what I wanted to mention. We hope to have questions later. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Captain Jorge Gutierrez Acevedo, who also presented in this seminar. Now we return the exposition called Food Development Program in charge of Maria Jose Navajas, Regional Director of Corfo Production Corporation. Maria Jose Navaja is Commercial Engineering, Administration Engineering, has a Master of Businesses from the University of Cádiz in Spain. He was the principal of the career of Tourism and Gastronomy in INACAP and Regional Director of ProChile, and currently is the Regional Director of Corfo Magallanes. We let Maria Jose Navajas, we allow her the stage and we give her the mic. Good luck. Welcome, good morning from here, because I can see that I'm going to fall and have an accident. Is the pointer here? Sorry? Oh, it's on stage. Thank you. Sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. This presentation is going to take us away from what we're discussing, but I think it's very relevant to take this opportunity to tell you about what we're doing in the region in relation to food in the region, and how we are working in a strategy as a government, the entire public services, to add ID+I to the future supply of the region with the Antarctic perspective. So first, let me tell you about our integrated territorial program. This program works at a multi-panel table. As you all know, many times it's very difficult to put ourselves together and to discuss, but this is an obvious strategy, but it's not as easy to fulfill and to accomplish. And we are proud because we're all sitting at the table and we're being able to discuss where we can have the primary sector, agriculture, ODEPA, INEA, FIA, which are public services that support the agriculture in the region. And for this, we have a program which is the PTI that works articulating the root of the value of the agro-industrial products. For this, the Ministry of Agriculture has gave us 220 million pesos to us, Corfo, to manage all this work, this local work. Later, with this project, we have a more specific and smaller project, which has to do with the transfer of technology. One thing is the food that we need, but the other thing is how do we add value to these local products. And we also have the tertiary sector, where different institutions related to tourism or cruise lines or hotels that are our main clients for this program. This program today, we already did the first stage, and we are in the second stage that validate the strategy, where we validate the hypotheses that we have discussed in these discussion tables, where these relevant actors discuss a new model of territorial management. After this validation, that will take about 3 months, come the stage of execution, where we plan to implement the model with different initiatives, but with a focus on steppings as a ladder. As you can see, this table is composed by different regional agencies, where we can see the weaknesses and the strengths. We know that around the world there's a hydric hydric. There's less water. We have problem with food, and we have a problem specifically since we know that Magallanes is in the continent. We know that we're somehow an island. We're disconnected from the rest of the continent, and the supply is difficult. So everything that is generated in the region does not make more than the 20% of what we consume. So it's a complex issue, especially if we would like to develop efficiently and with more value. So what is this going to allow us to understand? On one side, it's going to let us know the people and the enterprises that take place and part in this environment. What are the difficulties that we have towards food? What do we require for building and making all this? What are the gaps? What are the gaps between different agencies and all the people who take part in this project? We will be able to measure what will allow us to make new decisions of what we're going to do. We're going to be able to quantify the potential market, to analyze the demand, to analyze the profits, the employment, the logistics, the percentage of digitalization, and the commercial fluxes that may arise. So we're working with the information we have. The primary sector is what is being produced in the region currently. Tomatoes, lettuce, coriander, potatoes is about 5,000 tons a year. And the secondary sector, which are being processed, lower scales, juices, dehydrated products, meat, and others. Those are only 40 enterprises in the region, which is very, very little. So we need to try to have more enterprises doing final products. This is where I connect with all of you. In this sense, in our hypothesis that when we're working, on one side we have the food safety, how we allow more supply of food and better food, and how do we identify the demand with a specific, how we can support ships to the logistics and provision of Antarctica, and of course for the channel called Oreca related to hotels. In this sense, we have already a project assigned with Royal Caribbean. We have Navy ships that goes from Ushuaia to Punta Arenas. We supply expeditions, and we supply touristic destinies also in Punta Arenas and Puerto Natales. So having this program identified and being able to grow, we confuse sometimes the public services, especially between those being benefit, is that all the services aim towards the same thing, or we have the same group of work. But that is not the case. INDAP, for example, helps the agriculture. So it's essential for us. Then we have Cercotec, which gives these agricultures a new business method, and then with Corfo we can let these enterprises go beyond, reach a higher volume, and to add more value to their product. Another program that we have that we're currently working is a program called Transfer of Technology that has to do with the foods elaborated through processes that that has raw material from regional material, because we know that for example, our strawberries are the best. So if we can sell strawberries from Punta Arenas that are fresh, will be way better than strawberries that come frozen from other places. So we've allowed with the Regional Center of Health Food Studies, they are working with 30 enterprises from the region. Currently, we are training many people in different topics, because we see currently that we can produce many food, like marmalades, jams, hides. But those hides or those jams or marmalades with the nutritional chart required, and it is not the same to have a homemade marmalade that you don't know how long or when will it spoil than a product that will be assessed and analyzed, so we know when it is going to spoil. So in this scenery, we would like to add and help that we are helping 30 enterprises, but we want them to graduate and for other enterprises to come. The idea is that these enterprises can go to CREAS and they can work with their products, with their specific machinery, so to be able to graduate people and to add more entrepreneurs. So we need to know exactly what we have in the region, the entrepreneurs and the enterprises in the region, to learn new packaging, to know whether this is going to be useful, because it's difficult to transport things to Antarctica and from Antarctica to Punta Arenas, so we need to learn how to package all that, to know the relationship between the institutions of food enterprises and the clients. We need to be able to bring their capacity of other regions. We don't even need to look to other countries. In Chile, there are centers like CREA that could bring their capacities to the region and install them here in the region. And also the creative and economic circular industries that has to do with design, that goes beyond, oh, I could know how to cook, but I may not know how to draw, and other things, that we need to have complete products that not only are the base of the food, but also logos and others. We need to have portfolios of all the projects so we can allow the buyers to see. So in that sense, Corfu, regional Corfu, we're looking to know, to allow and to give help to other people. In the following weeks, we're going to inaugurate the first business incubator that will allow us have information with all this. What are the instruments, and aim them to specific sectors, in this case food industry, to help these tiny and hopefully large enterprises, because the idea is in different stages. All of the people involved grow to supply the demand, and we can focus even in infrastructure. Many times it happens that there's a vice circle when there's no demand, therefore I do not will spend money in a certified plant because there's no demand. But we need to focus on how this enterprise can become larger and bigger and be certified and larger capabilities, to have more production, to improve the infrastructure, to certify more people, to have more associative projects in different products and people. In conclusion, and why am I mentioning all this? It's because we need, between all of us, face this challenge. And this is an important challenge, not only for you, but for the entire region. And we understand that knowing and a good cycle of business, it is possible to have more young people that would like to be added and be part of these type of businesses. These businesses are good in long terms, and that would allow us to have a more variety. Some of you are ship providers, and we have a Navy, we have the Navy, and all of you are consumers. So I extend the invitation for you to participate in our work tables when we call you, so you know, now you know what we're going to discuss, and that way we can have better access to all of this local food. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Maria Jose Navajas Dominguez, Regional Director of Corfu. This way we close this first stage of expositions in the seminar. We will invite Don Jorge Flies, Regional Government, Fabian Navarro, Airport Director, Captain Jorge Gutierrez, and Doña María José Navajas, Regional Director of Corfu, to come on stage for the round of questions. We also invite Don Gabriel Muñoz Sáez, representative of PAL, who will be the moderator of this panel. He represents this Logistic Antarctic Association. We invite the present and those who will accompany us through the streaming to formulate the questions and comments to the speakers of this first stage. Don Gabriel, welcome you all. As you know, this transmission, this broadcasting, this seminar is being broadcasted through streaming in English and in Spanish, and we ask the audience to ask some questions so the panel can answer them. The first question is from Alejandro Núñez and asks, It is important to consider the province of Tierra del Fuego with infrastructure for research, teaching, and learning. What relevance are you giving to Tierra del Fuego for an homogeneous growing in the region? It is fundamental that this heart of this development area has to grow with the people of the environment. Same way that we don't like for the central government to come and impose projects. It's difficult to impose projects from Punta Arenas to Tierra del Fuego, and I would like to be very, very respectful. We're in a crisis that you all know regarding some enterprises in Porvenir. And we can say that hacked the productive area in Tierra del Fuego. On top of it, there are other projects of development regarding green hydrogen, and we need to keep on thinking on the projection of the touristic development of that area. Going directly to the question, as he said, the director of airports, the extreme zones plan is the pavement of the entire sector of the north sector of Tierra del Fuego, which connect them to Argentina and to Punta Arenas. And that is a projection. Tierra del Fuego has 8,000 inhabitants, and we're building between first stretching, second stretching, Porvenir and Onaicin, 250 kilometers of highway to 1,500 millions the kilometer. I mentioned this because relating to connectivity, looking the development of the region, and specifically the province of Tierra del Fuego, we need to connect it. Porvenir already has 5G. We're in the distribution of the last mile. We're covering with public works the road to Calafate towards Pampaguanaco. We'll save lots of kilometers in projection, and we need to finish the route to Yendegaya. The vocation, environmental vocation, touristic and scientific, it needs to be discussed with Tierra del Fuego. And that would be a long discussion. I don't know if in any other areas there's something they would like to comment. Thank you. It was in the slide, but I was not able to present it. We projected the pavement of the main runway in the airport of Porvenir, which is a very important work, and that will help the connectivity with the region. Same as mentioned the governor, Porvenir will be able to receive larger planes, and the main objective is to create, for it to become an emergency route or airport to Punta Arenas if needed. But Porvenir will have a concrete runway in the future. Regarding to what is the Navy, Porvenir for us, we only have a small captain, and we're working for, in the short term, Porvenir has a larger Navy area. We're worried of that project and we are developing it. We're worried that Porvenir can have and become more versatile, so it can help in emergencies. I can support with people, but we're building that project. We hope it to be ready in the future. Next question. How trying to keep Antarctica with the least amount of waste. What are you doing to transport these pollutants? As I was explaining in the presentation, we're starting a work that aims towards that, to assess in these working tables, to be able to arrive to concrete solutions. That's why we're working with specialized agencies and experts that have plenty of experiences, different regional levels around the country, and how we aim to specific packaging for Antarctica, not only for food, but we're also working with the Navy with projects that they have been applied for energetic sustainability in Carvajal Base and other things with ASMAR. From Corfu, we're trying to help the best way possible, to help in innovation, sustainability. That's our focus, that's our north. On top of it, our institution from this government, and everything has its focus on this, in the circular economy and how we protect Antarctica from possible complications in the future. So we need to sit and work to become efficient and to keep Antarctica the more pristine as possible. A question for the panel. How can we incentivize the supply of the bases in Antarctica through private institutions? Could we have local agencies do this? Precisely, that's the idea. Today I talked about food, but there's a very good relationship between Nepal with the association. So everybody that compose APAL and others are people and enterprises very eager to take risks, because this has to do with the challenges and risks that enterprises want to take. And all these proposals, all these ideas, we take them and we see how we can give them solution with the tools that we have. Somebody else from the panel would like to answer? Rodolfo Cadena asks, how does the army establish itself in the south of Tierra del Fuego? Regarding to Tierra del Fuego, the closest challenge is the green hydrogen. We are working to widen the quantity of people in the region. that is being worked by the Ministry of Defense and people in the national government, because the green hydrogen will have a big maritime circle. There will be maybe many ships sailing. Therefore, we need to support that activity and we need to be there to assess them. Also for the Navy, they asked if the Antarctic tugboat will be also supplying petrol to privates. That's something that is tendered. Normally that tendering for transportation of gasoline, in this case, will be in the new tugboat or in the VL ship, but that will depend on the tendering, and that could be part of the private businesses. There's a question from the audience. Hello. To the representative of the Navy, I would like to know, in the presentation, you focused on Fury and the difficulty to use that route, but what could be the advantage of using Cook? What is the saving in time for any enterprise that would like to use that route? And if there is any other advantage. The main reason is safety. Is well adapted for practicum transfer. The Fury is more open, and therefore the weather is more complex, and the transfer makes it more difficult. And there's only a difference of 2 hours in distance, and the timing in transfer would be more complex and it would take longer. The current route takes 2 hours longer than Fury, but it's safer because everything is beaconed. But in case you had a wreckage in Fury, you wouldn't have anybody to support you, and probably companies wouldn't assure you insurance. The insurance company wouldn't pay you for the wreckage. My nombre is Alejandro Pipsevich from DAP Airlines, and I would like to ask the director of airports. You mentioned the improvements that the airport will have soon. For us, it's a very good piece of news, because we want the runway to be better, and we wanted to have a terminal for the passengers that arrive. That nowadays is very complicated to give service to the people that come and go. But I'm worried, and here comes my question. When is this fixing of the runway going to start? We give this service, and we have customers and clients that are here in this auditorium right now, and our products are sold with 2 or 3 years in advance, and we're doing that currently. So how is this operation going to take place? How are you going to improve it while we keep on selling and using it? The tendering will have question and answers with different agencies, and we will go on by stages. So we will control the arrival and departure of planes. We will try to build so it's safer for the planes. Before doing the tendering, that should be next year, 24-25. We would want to get together with you, the operators, and see what are the timings, the timing of flights and the arrivals, so the enterprise that will develop the improvements can execute it safely for you and for them. Good morning, Edgar Govega from Antarctica 21. 2 questions. One has to do with the CAI, the International Antarctic Center. Whether you know the management and who is going to take care of it, whether it's private or public. And a second question or comment for the director of airports, Carvajal Pace, the historical Pace Air Force Base in Antarctica in 2020, we went to check because the glacier has moved away, and we could project maybe a runway for a smaller planes closer to the glacier. Related to the first question, the CAI, the International Antarctic Center, 2 elements. Towards the second semester, to raise the tendering again, to see and analyze and take and add the comments that were added to the project. We talked with architecture, and we know to re-inscribe who is going to be those who offer the construction and the management. So there will be news regarding this tendering. And regarding its management, with the ministry, we've been discussing, and with other international agencies, we know that we will have the budget needed for a specific project of governance, where local agencies, INACH, Universidad Magallanes, and the local governments, through different agencies, and the private institutions, and with all the countries associated, needs to be done. All this governing needs to be assessed by international agencies. And regarding to Carvajal Base in Antarctica, I will have to take homework because I don't have it right now on file. I would have to maybe Don Sergio could give me a hand, but I'm not quite sure whether that is part of our network. We can add budget and money to the public network, but I'm not quite sure that is part of the public network, and if that is not the case, then we cannot invest money there. But if that goes to the public network, then we could invest money there. Excellent. Any other question from the audience? Here. José Retamales from Universidad Magallanes. I would like to add a comment, general comment. Magallanes was 180 landfalls of cruises this year. Practically no Antarctic cruises. Most of the cruises that made landfall in Punta Arenas are cruises that come from the Atlantic. Ushuaia had 520 landfalls and 1,600 passengers that came from Antarctica, all of them departed from Ushuaia in Argentina. So the topic of a new route to Antarctica is a geopolitical topic very important for us, and we celebrate that Puerto Williams has been incorporated into this, and we're glad for their new airport, because we're talking about tourists that are traveling from Santiago straight to Puerto Williams to take the cruise to Antarctica. 32 landfalls had Puerto Williams this year, so it's an important pier. But we know that it's going to take a time to have all the infrastructure needed in Puerto Williams. So Punta Arenas has the main responsibility. We cannot forget that the North American Antarctic program has been based in Antarctica for over 30 years, and it has sailed to the Atlantic to then later navigate south and then west to base Palmer. And if they are able to sail through, the new routes, so the one that we're planning, they would be able to reduce 1 day from their trip. So these are challenges that have been pushed because of timing, and we're glad that we're facing it today. More than a question, it's a comment. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the comment. Honoring timing, we're going to finish this first stage of questions. We're going to have a tiny coffee break, and then we come back to our second stage with new speakers. I would like to thank the speakers Navarro, Flies, Gutierrez, and Señor Muñoz for being our moderator. Thank you for this round of questions and comments. Gabriel already mentioned it. We're going to stop for 15 minutes for a coffee and tea, some crackers, some conversations, and then we come back to continue with the second stage of exposition and speakers. Thank you. Perfecto. ¡Oh! Me cago. No estuvo tan mal.
Sí, fue caótico porque
No estuvo tan mal.
mantener este ritmo. Traté de mantener lo más que podía.
Sí, llega en la cabeza. Sí, es que, como le decía, ahí es mucho más peludo de español e inglés.
Claro, cuando no eres nativo.
No, y no me dijo, yo le hubiese dicho que no, porque 4 horas de inglés te mata.
Sí.
Pero no salió tan mal, me equivoqué en 2 y me demoré en 2, pero se entendió la idea, no me perdí con las 2 ideas.
Relájate, anda al coffee.
No, porque cuando se tire ya va a estar acá arriba.
No creo.
No, me tiro un segundo acá y paso al baño, así leo las próximas presentaciones, porque
No te llegaste tampoco.
no, me llegaron 4, son 8. Sé que me llegaron a la mitad, llevan 2 al aire. Así que me quedan 2 también sin nada y 2 con. Y escuchando, ¿sabemos si tenemos a alguien bien o no? Nadie.
Como 2 personas, estaba viendo.
Bueno, ya a esta altura no debe quedar nadie, ¿no?
Sí, no, ya lo cerré. Lo que pasa es que estaban revisando otra cosa del computador de allá. No, pues estaban como 2 personas, 3 personas. Llegamos a tener 10 simultáneos, pero sería todo.
Sí, es poquito, que quien escucha las misiones en inglés, nadie.
Claro, o sea,
Gente de otros países.
alguien muy específico.
Sí.
Pero bueno.
No, gracias por todo, ¿no? Pero no te he quitado mucho espacio acá ni.
No, no te preocupes, si el día está destinado para esto.
Ya.
¿Este cumpleaños? Porque a ti te gusta, porque a ti te gusta, tú eres animal. No te gusta. Tienes que tomar tu juguito, si no te vas a atorar. No te entiendo nada si me hablas con la boca llena. Además que el Camilo me vio andar con mamá. Y la mamá era amiga de mi chico de su. Y iba a su cuando se llama. Par de mocosos. Oh, la carretita. Oh, la carretita. Hola. Hola, Chisa. ¿Ya estamos tan enfermos? Oye, acá está el de retamales. ¿Ya? Que dijo que si le servía para el traductor estarlo leyendo mientras él está. Ya, sí, no hay problema. Sí, porque la última carrera. ¿No hay problema? El bus ya tiene. ¿Estás cómoda ahí? ¿Estás cómoda?
Él me dio la silla.
No, si te la saqué.
Quita ahí.
El bus tiene los 3 libretos. Lo va a cargar ahí durante la mañana.
Excelente.
Y falta el cuarto.
Que se escucha.
Si no hay cuarto,
Claro.
no vamos a hacerlo.
Claro.
¿Presentación?
Retamales, sí.
¿Retamales? Me llevo una presentación. Ya, vos, te dejo. Chau. Y me contaban justo ahí, estaba hablando con alguien que estaba escuchando la transmisión. Sí, que se escuchaba un poco nuestro fondo.
Sí, pero es que
no tengo problema, te comento, sí. Pero que estaba bastante bien, que no tenía problema en la transmisión. Perdón.
¿Y el auto transmite?
No.
¿Toda la carne?
Falta una extensión.
¿Extensión naranja?
Extensión naranja.
¿Te la vas a llevar al auto?
No voy a bajar, no.
¿Gas? ¿Dónde están las extensiones naranjas? Están todas en la salita del canal, en el baúl. En una de las dos cajas de tapa amarilla. ¿Ah? Ay. ¿Hay que desocuparlo?
O sea, si yo quiero dejar todo acá, ¿te querés que eso? Yo tengo que estar abajo todavía. ¿Me decís una carpetita? ¿Quieres entrar? ¿No eres más? Sí, pero
nunca de escritorio.
ahí. ¿Pero la cacheta?
Cuando acá
Ya,
quiero
la
leer
clave
carteras.
es 749388.
No, lo tiene.
Entonces voy a bajar la batería, voy a empezar a buscar
La extensión.
la extensión. ¿Y tú te podrías llevar un trípode de Jesús? Sí. Y el teleprompter. Hay un trípode, uno negro que anda suelto.
¿Esto será para mí, lo puedo rayar?
¿Ah?
¿Esto será para mí, lo puedo rayar?
Sí, sí.
Que hay uno que está medio chiquito, ¿viste? A ver, ¿qué está bueno?
Para que te hagas.
¿Hoy día?
No estoy seguro.
Ya.
Quizás tengo un compromiso, una pega, pero...
Papá, el pajarito.
¿Usted me agregó a WhatsApp o no?
No.
Agrega mentiroso y yo le aviso cualquier cosa, no lo tomar.
Nosotros vamos a estar a las 2:30.
Sí.
Si no puede, me dice el tiro que no, porque justo estamos moviendo los equipos y así nos aseguramos.
¿Tú fuiste de camping también? No. ¿Y por qué no fuiste de camping?
No estoy seguro todavía porque se supone que me iban a avisar algo en la pega y no... Todavía no ha pasado.
Hagamos pajarito.
Ahí ¿no grato?
¿Cómo se llama?
Con letras.
Ahí, hacer una que llegue de escena, capítulo 1, ahí,
A ver,
Llego para
ahí te aviso cualquier cosa.
Pajarito.
tirarme un poco por las moras y
Bien. A las 4:30 vamos a ir al Auditorium a escuchar la colección.
entonces cuando salimos de...
Ya, Carlos.
voy a...
Obvio. Sí, obvio. Es imposible hacerlo.
Y lula.
alfabéticamente. De no sé, yo creo que por eso se paró la...
¿Qué será? Pajaroto.
Pajaroto. Aquí está tu boca. Nunca tuve venita. ¿Quieres ir al baño? ¿Vamos al baño? ¿Seguro? Y sería la misma, ¿no? ¿Qué pasó tú? Pero eso no lo pinté. ¿No lo pintaste? Píntalo acá mejor y después lo pegas. Eso. Píntalo abajo y después lo pegas. ¿Cuántas presentaciones faltan?
4.
¿Cuatro?
Queda una etapa más.
Ah, ya.
Entera. Entonces quedan 4, lo mismo que hicimos recién. 4 y una sesión de preguntas.
Sesión de preguntas, ya. Vamos al baño, pues después va a ser más difícil.
Espera, no quiero.
¿Estás seguro?
No.
Vamos caminando por el pasillo, vas viendo lo que hay y después volvemos. Ya, le ponemos pausa acá poco yo. ¿Te parece? Vamos al baño.
¿Y con el tablet?
No, ¿cuándo vamos a ir con esto?
Sí. Ayuda. Ayuda. Ay.
Vamos.
Esperan. No quiero.
¿Por qué?
Porque quiero.
Pero vamos pues.
No quiero ir al baño. Solo quiero ir aquí.
¿Te quieres quedar aquí?
Sí.
Ah,
Porque yo me quiero sentar.
ah.
Es que no quiero ir al baño.
Y pues después vamos a estar acá grabando, vamos a estar ocupados. ¿Ya? difícil que te pueda llevar al baño, ¿entiendes?
No quiero ir al baño.
Haces un pipí y se acaba.
Ya.
¿Te va más tablet?
Sí.
Ah, ya.
Ayúdame.
Ahí la conversación.
Con el cable.
Sí, lo vamos a ir a buscar. Mira, qué lindo pingüino. Mira, toma, llévalo. Ah, ¿lo llevas al baño secreto? Sí.
Pingüín. Pingüín.
Ese trajo, pero me la va a cobrar. Sí. Espérame, hijo.
95.
Sí, 90.000. Ya, vamos.
95.
El Mateo puede haber hecho ruido todos los demás días, pero justo hoy día está en misión simultánea. ¿Quiere que está callado? ¿Cuánto tenías que contar?
No, pero era entrevista, ¿no? Voy a poco.
Sí, a la mano, una y otra. Igual si las muevo y hago una raya, me ayudará. Voy a despejar algo. Encargo los pelos después.
No, sí, pero afuera también.
No, y después vas a pensar ahí. Qué caro, qué bonito. No, pues. Estoy. Y perdí un efecto y llegué con el ensayo.
¿Perdiste el efecto?
Sí, pues, no, pues, no. Estamos con tercer piso y en los teloneos. A un rato que no. No, me aburrí. Yo no sé si a lo otro. Nada más de lo que quería.
¿Y tú estás aquí, mamá? ¿Qué te pasó?
No, la otra se la llevó para.
Ah, sí, yo. Entonces la feria es... ¿Y quién te la peleó?
¿De quién? ¿De la chica?
¿Conservatorio?
No, la víspera. Lo único que escuché. Lo único que escuché fue el audio que estaba medio saturado.
¿En serio?
No te conté. En el piano.
Ah, del piano.
Es mi cámara, no tiene micrófono.
Sí. Qué bueno. Cámara.
Ahí es donde vives tú.
Sí, acá vives. Sí, literalmente. ¿Quieres ver tablet o te vas a quedar acá?
Quiero ver tablet.
¿Aló?
Papá, ayúdame. Quiero ver el YouTube.
Ah, ya, entonces apago esto.
No, no, no me lo apagues. Por
Es una
favor.
cosa u otra.
Quiero YouTube. Por
Ahí está,
favor.
pues. Ahí está.
No. Quiero otro YouTube.
Ah, ¿quieres este?
¿Cómo sabemos cuándo comenzamos abajo? No, pero la transmisión me llega, va a aparecer
sí,
ahí. ¿No?
Va a aparecer
ahí ya.
Sí. Apenas aparezca ahí, significa que...
Estábamos empezando ya.
¿Mejor? Como que todos son medio como... No, pero como que te le echan una venta ahí, sí.
Ah, sí.
¿Hay cachado?
Sí.
Al menos los dos. Tú no perteneces a
No, pero por lo de
la iglesia aceptaría que entres a... Ya. ¿Y así conversamos? Buena esa información, sí. ¿Está bueno?
Oye, ¿y esta cómo la...?
Claro, explico en el medio.
¿Estamos ahí de vuelta, parece? En la Universidad de Magallanes. The first exposition of this second stage is the topic of new port in the Antarctic province, in charge of Jorge Valdebenito Zambrano, Director of Harbor Constructions. Jorge Valdebenito is a civil constructor from the Universidad La Frontera in Temuco. He started working at the Public Works in 1997 and Director of Harbor Constructions in 2009, and I was an inspector in 2016, and from there he assumed the regional direction of this organization. We let Mr. Jorge Valdebenito Zambrano on stage. Good morning. The invitation that it was extended to me is to talk about the province of Antarctica. Before we start, I must mention that this project starts in the initiative from the Harbor Direction Constructions, and in 2013 in the Extreme Zones Plan this project was included. What allows it more urgency, more money. Our function in the development of this initiative is to be the technical unit with all the basic studies, the environmental studies, including the designs and the execution of the works. An important part is the funding, which is our partnership has been FDNR's projects and the Extreme Zone Plan. The objectives of the project mainly are to give Puerto Williams an infrastructure, a maritime port, land and maritime port that allows the landfall of tourist ships, to allow the arrival and departure of smaller ships for passengers, installation of infrastructure, land infrastructure for passengers, and offices for administrative works. As benefits, well, what we are looking for is for Puerto Williams to become a pole of touristic developments because of its natural advantages, which has already been discussed. Also, the idea is for it to compete against Ushuaia, and it's closer to Antarctica than Ushuaia. So we think that is a more advantageous position for Chile. Talking a little bit about the history of the project, it started thinking to adequate the port Guardian Brito, that for several reasons it was not possible to continue, and there we found a new sector to develop a new project, which is in Lagunilla Point, in the west side of the Fisherman Pier in 2012. Ships design and who can the port receive. Design ship are structural and from operation, como larger ships like Amsterdam, that has 237 meters length. But we also wanted to know to operate with two other smaller ship, like the Nordgård, 123 meters. The ships that are going to operate in the zone and that already operate are the Tourism Antarctic ships that you can see, the regional ships, and ships that relate to research in Antarctica that normally operate from Punta Arenas, and also that we will later see in details that this pier will have the quality to supply fuel. So it's also considered the ships that will supply fuel to the pier that eventually will supply other ships. These are all the ships that we are expecting to help with this project. We had to declare the ships that are going to come to this port, and then we have to fulfill and to make sure that this is what it is. This is what the project will look like. The access bridge that connects to land with the part of where the head will be, where ships will make the landfall, that has 150 meters long. This access has 130 meters. Is divided on the axis east and west, but they add to 130 meters. It has a seismic isolation, which is something new in the last few years in the construction of piers. I don't know if anybody can. Apparently the battery is over. There you go. It also has a chassis for smaller ships, because larger ships that for some reason could not make landfall, so that way they can have tenders with 3 levels depending on the tide, and it has a length of 57 meters. And on top of it, in order to allow the larger ships, it has 2 dolphins and 2 tying posts, all of them located on the east side and others on the west side. In the landing area, you will find the passenger terminal, a space for containers, and all the administrative buildings where you will have customs and other public services. As I mentioned, this pier also considers 2 tanks for fuel, marine gas oil, which is a larger bigger, is 2,000 cubic meters, and this Antarctic is only 1,000 square meters. Cubic meter, sorry. So the idea is to supply the ships throughout the season. This is the land zone. In red is a division of what's the operation between public and what is private for the pier itself. In the case of the terminal, works very similarly to how the terminals in an airport work. Beyond certain areas, there's no way for you to come back unless you recheck yourself for safety. This terminal has a surface of 1,600 square meters, can check 400 passengers simultaneously, or if the ship is smaller, the embarking area has a mobile division that can have people checking in and checking out at the same time. In the constructive stage 1, what we have tendered and what is being executed has to do with the cabezo, which is the heading of the pier, the chaza, the pier for smaller ships, 90% of the landing area with its proper coastal protection. This was tendered in 2019. It was won in January of 2020, when we were going to hand the land in March 2020 because of the pandemic. It had to be suspended, and the contract was suspended for over a year. And in February 2021, it was retaken and restarted, and that's when it actually starts. Today, it has a 90% of advance, and it'll be done by the second semester of this year. The budget is 20,000 million of Chilean pesos, which is $25 million. Some pictures of the pier, of what is being done. There you can see then the cabezo, or the heading of the pier, and the axis is all that. The access bridge is also done, and we are finishing the cabezo, the heading of the pier, and the terminals. There you can see the rafts, and we're building now what the defenses of the pier will be. There you can see in the left is the tiny part that we're missing from the heading. Regarding what we're missing, in green you can see what is going to be finished in this stage. In blue and light blue, what we're missing to do. The tying post and the dolphins, each on each side of the heading. The tanks, the oil tanks, that will be close to the Copec tanks, the old Copec tanks in Puerto Williams. That infrastructure will be rearranged to fit the new fuel, and all that requires pavement and closure. What comes next? Eso. That's what we have. That's what we're doing. We're tying for a new tendering. We dated it to December 2023, but we're working for it to be a continuum, depending on what the administrative timeline is. But the idea is to have the whole thing, the maritime works that have taken about 2 years, with all the limitations we have to work in Puerto Williams. There are maritime issues. We can work with one raft at a time. We don't have access towards a pier like is happening today. And the idea is for all the land works also to be done to start parallel to what RCA will allow us. That's our presentation, and I'll be keen to listen to your questions. Thank you, Mr. Valdebenito, for your lecture. We continue with the program of the seminar. Now it's turn to present the private presence in Antarctic, development of the Antarctic logistics. This lecture will be in charge of Ariel Bravo Carrasco, Vice President of APAL Association. Mr. Bravo is the manager of Ultramar Maritime Agency in Punta Arenas, engineer in maritime transportation from Universidad del Mar, 14 years of experience in the field, and he works with different ships. He is currently a member of APAL director. We invite him on stage. Can you hear me? Good. Yes? No problems? Excellent. First of all, it was a very good presentation, the previous presentation. We're going to be using that pier very often, and we're waiting for it to be finished. Good morning, especially to the regional government and the host, the University of Magallanes, and all the people who are listening, and all the scientific around the world that study Antarctica. I wanted to make sure to have all the logos of the enterprises here. I think we're missing one, and we're missing Shackleton Whale, and that's why I mentioned it, and BNM, and then they are missing from the logos, and we apologize for it. We mentioned APAL, a friend, which is very essential for this enterprise. It is difficult to summarize the industry of Antarctic that last years has been able to establish with a variety of enterprises that provide services in the Antarctic to know where we are and where we're going. Let's take a look a little bit of the private enterprises in Antarctic. Very few Chileans can follow our ancestry beyond our great-grandparents. The Ministry of Cedric McFarlane is one of them, because he has a connection of his great-grandfather Andrew to the Antarctic in 1820. That year, under the government of Bernardo Higgins, many ships go from Valparaiso to hunt seals and sea lions in the south. The most important will be the Dragon that arrives in February of 1818 with guns used by the Maipú battle, and the Dragon was burnt and then was sold. Later, Andrew McFarlane in 1820, now sailing with the Dragon of Valparaiso, was the first one to land at Deception Island in 1820 and to find out the eastern side of the peninsula. There you can see one of his maps, traced in 1822 by George Powell, names McFarlane a tiny strait between Livingston and Greenwich. It's a name registered by Chile, Argentina, and Great Britain. That way, this Scottish seaman that lives in Chile can show 200 years of Antarctica. His son, Robert McFarlane, administrated a land in Valparaiso, and his grandchild has not met Antarctica yet, and that's one of our goals. Dumont d'Urville explored the strait and accords with the natives. Sorry, I skipped one. Chile was not taking possession of the Strait of Magellan, and as Matteo Maternici says in his story of Magellan, a geographer Dumont d'Urville recommends, once he go back to France, to the French government the occupation of the Strait of Magellan, proposing to colonize the Strait of Magellan. And there you can see the map, the route of Dumont. There you can see the ships, the Astrolabe and Selé, that will join him in his journey. Dumont d'Urville explores the strait and talks to the Anikinq natives, and he names the Antarctic Peninsula as a land, the Felipe. But he stopped in the seas of Weddell because of the weather, and has to come back to Talcahuano to help his crew that was sick. And that's where France's opportunity to colonize our southern part fell apart. My presentation was just spoiled. Here you can see one of the initiatives of private associations created here in Magallanes, related to whale hunting, where 60 years later, before the construction of the Canal Panal, the region of Magellan was prosperous with economic environments. There was lots of wool industry, but people already knew the importance of our closeness to Antarctica. There you can see the fleet that moved from 1905 to 1916, that increased and then later decreased, but eventually in the log of Corpaca, why not? Dumont d'Urville uses that name, why not? Because it pushes all of the enterprise that we participate. Why not? Why not to take part and take place? Why not these adventures in maritime adventures? Why not to do it? That was the name of Dumont's ship, and Charcot's ship. Charcot describes its surprise when he finds in the crater of the Isle of Deception to see many whaling ships of Magallanes start there like if it was an industry, and that moment that was people did not know about it. In the largest steamship, Gobernador Borges meets Adolfo Andersen, Norwegian that was nationalized Chilean, and was surprised to see his wife too, that we can see there in the image. The first woman that who ever visited Antarctica, to our knowledge and to the knowledge of the era. The Society of Brewing is founded in 1904. It's not until the whaling industry in 1906 that Andersen gets the resources to fulfill his Antarctic dreams. In 1906, the Whaling Association can settle in the Shetland Islands, thank you to the governors of Magellan. Anderson raises the flag of Chile and builds a coal warehouse and some other buildings. An important event for the private companies in the area. Maritime services. These notes show that we have had a presence for a long time, and it's because of all this presence that how Chile is able to work and fulfill his sovereign in Antarctica, and allowing to have a support to its claim, showing its history in the white continent. In this presentation, we've shown the push of private industries towards the continent. In every new cycle, this new push. It happened in 1820, in 1904 with the whaling industry, and now in this new century, in 21st century, the Magellan enterprises are pushing forward, allowing logistics and acquiring different ships, some of them researchers, others for passengers, planes, and other Antarctic operations that grow every year, allowing services for all of these ships. There you can see a flight from the Auditorium Antarctic Institute. Here you can see showing the capabilities that the region has to supply and help other larger ships, salvage and supply that sometimes happens here in the area, especially in the Sea of Drake. They're showing the Polarstern, which is a German ship that has never left Punta Arenas as its base port, and other expeditions. We also have other expeditions, and we have worked together to help, like the Korean base, and which exemplifies that we can get there and we can help with all the bases in this case in Bayfield. Not only the capabilities have augmented, but also thanks to the local enterprises, Chile starts with Antarctic tourism with Antarctica 21 in 2003. First enterprise to open air cruise to Antarctica with flights from Punta Arenas to La Reforma, avoids the transit of the Sea of Drake, which is the most dangerous and more dangerous. These moves about 5,000 people to Antarctica, 8% of all passengers to Antarctica. There you can see the spectacular ships that you have already seen in the other presentations. It's a magnificent ship, and it was built here in Chile. Our country is well situated, has the geographical position that in previous presentation we've already mentioned. The Antarctic tourism is growing, and Punta Arenas is the most wanted place for research. And we can see there that we take 22 programs that run from Punta Arenas. What are the risks and threats that this industry has? Is that what happened in centuries 19 and 20 is they knew very little of Antarctica. Now there are many countries that are interested in this country for political, for geographical, and for the interest and resources that you can see in blue lines, but also environmental that has to do with the green line. There you can see the growth of the people in the treaty that has increased with people who have signed the agreement, and they relate directly. Sorry, many clicks. Let's see if I can do it now. I was going to show the flying penguins. There's something wrong. Thank you. And while the image is set, there's interest to get to know Antarctica, but there's worry of the polar touristic industry. But the footprint of the tourism and the works that are going to be in Antarctica is very little compared to a middle-sized Antarctic base. Punta Arenas is today the main air entrance gate to Antarctica. In this season, there was 182 private flights, touristic private flights, 155 left from Punta Arenas. So that's 80%, 88% of all flights to Antarctica. Magellan has experience, logistic and will, and he occupies the Antarctic land with services, mature services that we provide to to the whole world. Because of geopolitical and geographical location, it's an organic sense, and that's what we wanted to mention today, with the presence of the private enterprises through this association that shows that we are a friend to all the services and clients that would like to come to Antarctica. Thank you very much. Ariel, thank you very much. Though Ariel left me some homework he mentioned several times Centurion. Maybe it's related to me. Maybe it's a saint. Those who don't know, my second last name is Centurione. So maybe we're related. Ariel, thank you. The next lecture in the second stage is called Antarctic Education Past and Present. Will be in charge Don Jose Retamales, Director of the Austral Port Enterprise, or EPA. Don Jose Retamales is a chemistry civil engineering teacher of the Department of Environment and Chemistry Engineering from Universidad Magallanes, a Master's and Doctor of Engineering of the University of Bradford, England. He was a principal of this House of Studies in the 90s. He was also the director of the Chilean Antarctic Institute from 2003 to 2017. During this period, he also led the operation affairs of the Antarctic Treaty during 7 years, and he was the president and vice president of the managers of the Antarctic Programs Council. So we let Don Jose Retamales on stage. Thank you, Patricio. Good morning to all. I'm going to fight. I don't know how to touch this remote. I don't know if I need to be gentle or to apply some force. Let me see. Could you give me a hand? I'll be telling you. No, they are loading your presentation. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Well, let me start. It's been a pleasure to talk about a very difficult topic, Antarctic education. And as an EPA director, I would be yelled at if I wouldn't had a picture of the port. But here I'm showing it because it's not a very common picture, because it shows 2 polar ships in the Pratt Pier. Two ships, the Magellan Explorer to the left and the Boreal on the right from the French enterprise Ponant. These are both touristic polar ships. Boreal has 140 meters of length and can have up to 240 passengers and 140 people in crew. So every 2 passengers there's a crew member. 400 people in a 140 meter length ship is something that we don't get to see very often here in Magallanes. So this picture was able to be taken because of the pandemic, because some of them, instead of going to Ushuaia, decided to come here to Punta Arenas through the pandemic. But it's a tiny sample of the Antarctic tourism that we do, because these national programs go to Antarctica and not come back to Punta Arenas after 2 or 3 months. These are not ships that come and go like the cruise ship, the Antarctic tourist ship, as Valdebenito mentioned. Some of them are already using Puerto Williams and will continue to use it. Antarctica has been absent from our history. In a work done by Jaran Mansilla from Universidad de Playa Ancha and Santo Tomás University, analyzed the presence of Antarctica in the national curriculum of higher education and found out that without the exception of 1940 to 1959, that's to say between where Chile declares territory in Antarctica in 1940 and until the signing of the treaty in 1959, practically Antarctica has been absent from the national curriculum. So before 1940 or after 1959, Antarctica was not present in the curricular mesh of universities, nor in teaching programs. So it's important. So it's clear that it's not a minor problem that we need to worry, and that we need to worry about the Antarctic teaching. There's something. This is a video that the Ministry of Education has available for kinder and pre-kinder, and there's also in the website nationalcurriculum.cl some visions, geographical vision, the endurance expedition, the polar environment, and the threats of global warming. As possible units que Marcelo González will mention it later. He has an interview. That interview is also available in the Ministry of Education's website, but it's very little. Luckily, the presence of Antarctica is increasing thanks to the Antarctic Institute. In the Ministry of Education, we can highlight some publications from the Institute, like this, Antarctica in Numbers. And this one, the Visual Encyclopedia of Antarctica. In this institute in Punta Arenas, you can find the largest Antarctic library in our country, which is not static, grows constantly thanks to science that our country and our world is developing in the white continent. The graphs show how the number of scientific projects, Chilean Antarctic scientific projects in blue, multiplied by 5 the number of publishing, and the quality was multiplied by 8 in only 12 years. from 2004, when INACH is moved from Santiago to Punta Arenas until 2016. So Magallanes has done its homework, organized science differently, with results, as we can see, with incredible results, as we can see in the graphics. Graphs show this productivity growth and quality that has been similar to other countries like Argentina, Brazil, and the Republic of Korea, countries that have larger populations and that assign more resources than ours to the research, to the scientific polar research. But this is interesting, and I would like to show how this more number of publications has translated into an improvement of education, Antarctic education in Chile. As it can be shown in the slide, global warming, marine environments, Antarctic flora, deep Antarctic are among the most important articles with pictures, with interviews available in the library of INACH library. And there's also many of them have been digitalized by the Gaia Institute, and these are all resources that students from all around the country can have access to. That is not only in our language. Also, it's also important for the tourism that visits us every year, and the program, Antarctic program that comes every year. There are publishings in English in the library. These are the cover of Ilaya magazine, which is a yearly magazine of INACH in English. Not only they are available for Chilean students and our visitors to Punta Arenas, but there's also publications for teens, for kids, for general public, regarding to Antarctica and to Magallanes. So to digitalize this and to have it available online is a very important resource for education in Chile, not only in our region. It's a homework for the future, is to assure that these publications are available in other centers, cultural and scientific, that are being developed right now in our country. Like, for example, the one that is being built by Antarctica Turismo together with Antarctic Foundation in downtown, and the International Antarctic Center that the governor mentioned, that today is being delayed temporarily. Chile has more than 20 universities working in scientific projects in our country, more than 100 scientific projects a year. And these universities are very important for the development of higher education through the Scholar Antarctic Fair, or FAE. And I would like to say, I would like to dedicate a moment to this fair, the FAE. It's also turning 20 years, same as INACH. It's an important effort, logistical and economically, that every year in Punta Arenas shows the research works of students from high school from all over the country. Those students and their teachers that get the first place get to travel to the white continent, and this has allowed through these 20 years to change the perspective, the Antarctic perspective of many countries, of many people in the country, teachers and their families. From 15 to 30 proposals have been selected every year to participate in the Scholar Antarctic Fair, and those are only 10 to 20% of all proposals applied. So we have thousands of proposals that have been applied, and hundreds of proposals that have won, that are published and are available. And I would like to take them from where they are kept, and they need to be exhibited and published and shown to the people, because some of these titles that people from 10th grade or 11th grade are able to research through many years, and is able to publish titles are the ones that are being shown. There is no other scientific fair that has these numbers in Chile. This 100 publications, Antarctic publications, led this fair to awaken the eagerness of teenagers towards Antarctica. The fair is divided in 3 sections: social sciences, natural sciences, and technological advances. And we know that brain, hands, and heart are the basic tools to develop learning. And the brain is the engine for the intellectual development. The hands are learning through doing, and heart represents the emotions that are awakened through significant experiences, allowing or giving affection to teaching. This has the commitment of all universities and Explora programs. These are all platforms to develop the intellectual capabilities of our teens, creating conditions to allow them to life experience here in Punta Arenas and in Antarctica. All this to awaken the scientific vocation, or at least to create conscious citizenships. The objective of the Antarctic Institute was to organize the procession of the students to take power in their knowledge, in their scientific knowledge, and to allow them to help develop our investigation in Antarctica and to allow them to become better. The final goal of education in Antarctica goes beyond the exploration of a land. It has sense in the development of people. That's why Chilean Antarctic scientific in every region collaborate in many projects of these students. It's impressive the sensibility and the knowledge of something. For example, how to teach Antarctica to students with autism. Since we're showing this to people from all over the country, boys from 11th grade did this work, how to teach Antarctica to kids with autism, or how the acidification of the ocean will mean the separation of the colitophorus. What are these colitophorus? Microscopic organisms that show different plaques formed from calcium, called coccoliths. These consume CO2 from the superficial ocean layers, and they mitigate the climate change. There's 2 belt of cocolitos in the world, one in the northern hemisphere around close to the parallel 60 and 70, and the other one in the south pole close to the Sea of Drake. We are missing a lot to do. We have a lot to do in Chile and in the world. Not long ago, a project financed by Australia and Chilean collaboration, there was a question: how informed are you about the relationship of your city and Antarctica? There was a question that was asked in Australia, New Zealand, in Chile, in Argentina, and 60% in Punta Arenas and Hobart, Antarctic, Australian land. They replied that knew little or nothing about Antarctica. Even worse, teenagers between 18 and 30 years old, the percentage of people who said that did not know anything about Antarctica increased to 83%. So there's pending homework, not only for our educational system and our country, but to every country in relation to the Antarctica. And for all private enterprises, this is a homework that APAL would like to show more knowledge to the people, and it does that through the organization of this seminar. Thank you. Don José, thank you for your participation. Don José Retamales Espinosa. Next comes the lecture, Scientific Antarctic and Climate Change by Marcelo González from INACH, Antarctic Chilean Institute. Dr. Gonzalez is biologist from the Catholic University of Valparaiso with a doctorate in science in parasitology from Montpellier University in France and a postdoctorate in the Catholic University of Valparaiso in the genetic lab in relation to molecular immunology. He has a very important highlighted scientific trajectory with more than 60 publications presented at international level related to its specialty. He has been working in climate change and the impact in marine species and the relationship between the organism and its environment from an ecophysiologic perspective. For 15 years he has worked in the INACH, and currently he works as a leader of the scientific department. He is a member of the National Committee of Antarctic Investigation and is the Chilean representative in the Scientific Committee of Antarctic Investigations. Don Marcelo Gonzalez, stages. Welcome. Good morning. Today I have the chance to talk about the help of science towards the understanding of climate change. Understanding climate change more than a faith is an act associated to facts, to research and investigation, and the investigation that we have as a species to give an understanding of the changes, of the brutal changes that we have perceived in the last years. Well, Antarctica, to paraphrase, is the continent for peace and research. The question arises that says, what is the role of science in Antarctic? First, comment the sailing. So at the beginning of the exploration, there was bravery and courage to go to the unknown. And then in 57 and 58 is the first geophysics year where sciences agree on how to define topics of discussion, and Antarctica becomes an experience of a discovery science, and this discovery science has not ended, still gives us questions. And a tendency that is being discussed in the treaty agreement that is being held this week, that climate change is key. It's very important because of the emergencies that we are seeing and experiencing, and that are surprising us because of their frequency and severity. The question is, what happens with researchers that do not make studies of climate change? It's a good question. This is a work that was done at EPCC, which are researchers of Antarctic researchers, where 6 dimensions are mentioned. A dimension associated to atmosphere, ocean, cryosphere, the ice, sea ice, marine life, and land life. And based on this analysis, determined what could be the impacts in short, medium, and long term in these 6 dimensions present in Antarctica. The first dimension is atmospheric, has to do with some phenomena of the increase of temperature, what is being called as heat waves, atmospheric rivers, the increase of the atmospheric temperature in Antarctica. It is foresight. It is expected for the future that we're going to have an increase in temperature, and this increase in temperature have been measured in this year, from December 2019, January 2020, we saw it as heat waves. My presentation has to do with showing some papers published by Chilean researchers. So these are part from the scientific research panel. This is one of the examples where you can see the heat waves and the increase of temperature, specifically in the zone of the Antarctic Peninsula and in an island called Eagle, close to Esperanza base, the Argentinian base, where you can see how in days the ice that is present disappears completely and creates lakes. The increase of temperature is not only happening in the peninsula. We have increase of temperature in central areas where you can find Dome Sea, which are temperatures there are no temperatures that you could say, wow, it's warm, but the variation of what it used to be and what it is has changed significantly. And there, I cannot see well from here, it doesn't really matter, but the Antarctic Peninsula, we have an increase in temperature record of 18 degrees in the summer, in the southern summer, of course, in Esperanza base. And on the Australian side, on the other side of Antarctica, there was an increase of temperature, also record for the zone in the station Casey of 9 degrees. The importance to study the Pacific Ocean, as we were discussing of this dimensionality of the influence, of the geopolitical influence of our country in Antarctica. Here we can reassure it by scientific data that show two phenomena that they were not connected before, but they seem to be connected now. The rains in the north, with the increase of temperature in the peninsula, in the Antarctic Peninsula, registered in 2015, associated to an anomaly in the Pacific Ocean, an oscillation that made the precipitations a very short period of time, lots of rains in the north that caused deaths, and the increase of temperature in the Antarctic Peninsula. Then the level of ocean. This is an article, preparing the presentation, this is an article that was published last week that is from Australia, that show how a part of the ocean current that goes around their area has reduced its speed in almost 30%, and that implies that it has modification on the amount of oxygen that it carries. It's a deep water current, and it helps the circumpolar current to move. So normally it moves like a conveyor belt around the Antarctica, and that water, dense water, is losing strength. And the worry of the scientific community is to say, well, this that feeds other marine currents, what is going to be the effect if it is slowed down? How it's going to affect other ecosystem and other species? That could eventually affect tourism or the fishing industry. The problem of the acidification that was mentioned by Jose, the students from FAE have proposed solutions. The acidification is clear and assessed. This is not as important in other areas, but here we can see that organisms can be affected that have skeletons of calcium, and they can be affected by the acidification of the oceans. I do not study the acidification, but I do study the impact of the increase of temperature in these organisms that are also being affected, because apart from the temperature of the atmosphere, it's also the temperature of the ocean is being increased. I don't know if from upstairs you can press play to the video. I don't think I can do it from here. Oh, no, it's a video that shows. The other aspect has to do with the sea shelf ice. That it demonstrated that this sea ice is the Antarctic is a continent that increases the volume in winter because there's more sea ice, and this sea ice is very important to krill that feeds from the algae that are below the sea ice. And if that sea ice decreases, are you able to see the video? Good, thank you. From where I am, I cannot see it. The reduction of sea ice, it's key to understand the impact what that reduction of ice, the consistent reduction of ice, will affect the algae that eventually will affect the krill. To understand the evolution, the krill stock. So there's an important issue there. There has to do with the environment, with the marine life, with the species that will be affected. Some of them will be benefited for sure, but many will be affected. Those who are benefited has to do with some algae that because of less ice they will receive more light, so they will be able to grow longer and more, same as plants in your garden. But yes, they could be affected by sun negatively, but generally speaking we can say that more algae there will be more. And the krill will move closer to the south. So fishers that are hunting krill will have to move increasingly south. On the other side, you're going to have marine species that will be pressure because of the temperature that are not adapted to this increasing temperature. The range of temperatures in sea life is between minus 1.8 to 2 degrees Celsius. And that's the temperature that an organism can survive. But if it increases in 3 or 5 degrees, that could be more common, then that would mean that there will be more complications. And this will produce that, for example, populations of penguin emperador, for example, emperor penguin, that will be affected notably, and will encourage the adding of invasion species. I have bad news, but at the end of the presentation we may have better news. But now researchers gathered to see models to see what invasive species could come to Antarctica, marine invasive species. And these researchers without having been in land or without being in fields, Mytilidos could be the ones. So crabs could be the first one to arrive in Antarctica. So some years ago, Chilean researchers led by Cárdenas from Universidad Austral and from Ideal determined that the presence in Bahia Fieldes of clams, and those clams arrived there. I cannot say why. They could have been dragged or in ships, but those individuals were found there, and those should not be there. These are not endemic from Antarctica. And they studied, and probably those individuals are related to Mytilus rioplatensis, so on the Argentina side, so we can blame them. But that's very worrying. What is not so worrying, it's an alarm. It's an alarm. What is not so worrying is in the following years, until today, we have not been able to see these organisms. But these are alien organisms that they arrive, and if they don't do well, they disappear. But if they do, or if the temperature increases, and as it was discussed regarding to the ships, since there are more more ships coming to fill this is important. It is not the first place with the most amount. It's the second most currently. Where most ships arrive to Antarctica is an area called Livacic Rock in Greenwich Island, right in front of the Equatorian base. Is the place where more ships arrive. And if we can relate this to the invasive species, then it's worrying. In relation to sea life, the good news has to do with there are proposals from the scientific community to protect certain areas, where several colleagues from the from Argentinian institutes and Chilean institutes are working towards we're trying to gather other countries to celebrate this protected area. We are using the best science, but Chinese are complex, Russians are also complex with our proposals of protected marine areas. But that's Antarctica is a zone of peace and scientific research, but has to be agreed. Antarctica is becoming more of a prairie, is greener than whiter, or more greener than brown. And here you can see the increase of plants, 2 vascular plants in Antarctica that are expanding their coverage in Antarctica because of the increase in temperature. On the right side, you can see species that are not as charismatic, like penguins or whales or seals, but species that are related to land, como tardigrades, nematodes, moss, and lichens. Here there's another problem that we've had, and this is something that we need to work with the private enterprise, with the presence of insects. We've seen this insect in bases, and we need to see whether it's also present in ships and other installations. Trichosera maculipennis. Also, we found a diptero, a winged insect. There's also plants that are arriving. These plants come in velcros and in clothing. We need to disinfect people before arriving in Antarctica. We need to have protocols, and we need to self-criticize ourselves and privates and their tourism. I know they do it well, but we need to work for it to be better. This is something to finish. This is something, a good news is that we are working in a program of sensors, that we are connecting it to the Observatory of Global Warming, which was mentioned by the governor, to install 21 stations, meteorological stations, but we're also a glider, which is an autonomous submarine that will measure the column of water and certain other parameters. There there you can see some of the stations. We have 4 stations right now, and we expect to have 11 by the end of the year. Another good news is that the population, when they are asked whether they believe global warming has to do with humans, most people, average people, say in Indonesia, India, Chile, and in Peru, que sí, they say yes. That the global warming is produced mainly by men. And when you ask scientists that work in this, they say the same. So the group that does not believe in climate change as faith is very little. And that's also good news. But that's a challenge for all of us to work in setting this topic in people who have to make decisions. Thank you very much. Marcelo González Aravena, thank you for your presentation. Continuing with our program of our seminar, now is time for our last speech, Magallanes and Science and Antarctic, and it'll be from the principal of the University of Magallanes, Señor Maripani. He is a local, he is the host. Don José Maripani is has a magister in science, economic science from Universidad de Concepción, master and doctor in economy, in agrarian economy and resources from the University of the United States. He has had a long relationship with in the University of Magallanes. Currently, he is the principal and the headmaster of this House of Studies. Don José Maripani, and the last speaker of the day, please join us on stage. Welcome to all of you here. It's a privilege to be here in front of you. We thank the president of APAL, Tania Pipsevich, Mr. Governor, and on your name we're going to say hello to the regional administrative and all the authorities representing the government, different agencies, Ceremis, public agencies, authorities from the Navy and from armed forces, from the EPA, and special guests, people, students who are present here, researchers too. The idea of this presentation is to talk a little bit about our university as a investigation and teaching Antarctic hub. Antarctica, with its 14 million square kilometers of land, is a unique piece of land, and it's less than 1,500 kilometers from Punta Arenas. The first scientific expedition in Antarctica were made in 1839 and 1843 by French Jules Dumont Urville, followed by Clark Ross. Later, the expedition of the Belgian Adrien Gerlache, and then by Casten. These were the first to step on Antarctic territory in 1897 and 1899 respectively. From those times until now, the Antarctic research is crucial to understand our planet, and University of Magallanes is an ideal place for research and Antarctic teaching. Our university is placed as the most southernmost in the country, close to this land, from a geopolitical perspective and from a perspective logistic. Our relationship with this land is long, and it has real and symbolic experiences. It was in November 14th, 1984, when two academics sailed towards Antarctica, Doctores Pedrick Mangas and from Octavio Lecaros from chemical engineering, who worked in Polar Stern from the Alfred Wegener Institute from Federal Germany, and they were part of a group of 46 researchers from 8 countries. This happened thanks to an invitation, thanks to the Marine and Polar Investigation from Germany, Dr. Gotthilf Hempel, to then Vice Principal of the University of Magallanes, Victor Fajardo. There, he was asked to add 2 academics to his expedition Antarctic Tercero in the year 1984. And Antarctica as a study field is a unique and extreme place that presents geographical and climatical conditions specific that allows us to study relevant phenomena for science. University have the opportunity to explore and find new areas of studies in this region. The role of the Antarctic investigation in society, essential to comprehend the climate change, biodiversity, and the evolution of the Earth. The universities lead projects of research and help other institutions to generate new knowledge about this wide continent. The formation of human resources. From the University of Magellan, we offer programs of under and postgraduate in relevant areas, giving opportunities of internships in the Antarctic. Also, trainings for teachers and professionals in this area. One of the important events in OMAG was in the summer of '95, when one of his researchers, the glaciologist Gino Casasa, was part of the first expedition scientific made in Patriot Hills in the Antarctic Polar Circle, who established their camp 1 kilometer from where, for the first time, a plane from the Air Force landed. Teaching. The Magellan University made, in the second part of the 90s, a department of Antarctic programs through which oriented the research work, and in 2010 was succeeded by the Gaia Antarctico Investigation Research Center. Its push allowed new researchers develop more investigations around Antarctica, and during this execution of the projects, or at the end, they were hired by UMAG, allowing to increase the human capital related to scientific research in Antarctica. Parallelly, it allowed to develop top Antarctic topics on teaching programs. The first one happened in 2007 with a certificate of managing Antarctic programs. Also, the certificate of Antarctic issues, initially offered to academics of the university with the objective for them to have knowledge of Antarctica and a certificate in 4 months to Antarcticize the university. Many people, operators, Antarctic operators, armed forces, public services, and private enterprises wanted to take part in these certificates. So this certificate was kept for 8 years with high demand and validated by us, and with face-to-face and online classes where students from the region, the country, and foreigners take place. In this certificate, we discuss legislation, science, logistics, history. When we started working with the armed forces and Antarctic operators that have lots of knowledge of this area, and people that know about logistics have enriched our classes, and many of them have become lecturers of our certificate. This relates us between Antarctica and us, creating a brand for ourselves. Some numbers. As you can see, these are data from 2014 and 2019, and you can see some peaks in 2016 and 2018, but it's interesting to see that 265 people were certified with a certificate of Antarctic issues. Later, during the pandemic, we can see that in 2020 and 2021, through virtually, it was the same certificate. 69 people in 2020, and in 2021, 53, getting to a total of 122 virtual certificates. And between 2022 and 2023, we divided it partly face-to-face and partly virtual, and we can appreciate and see that a total of 89 people has been certified in this certificate. And finally, we can have a summary that from 2014 to 2022, this certificate is still taking place. 476 people have already been certified in these Antarctic issues. So that's an improvement, something that we have shared with community. Likewise, here we move in education. We created the Masters in Antarctic Sciences, and it was the first Masters in these topics in Latin America. It's being held in Gaia Center, who still take place. Then they created the program of Subantarctic Biocultural Conservation, and it's a Masters on Conservation and Management of Subantarctic Resources. Both masters are accredited and are coordinated by Gaia Center. In basing in these two masters that last 2 years, we moved forward and we generate the first doctorate in Antarctic sciences, and the first one in Chile, and probably the first one in Latin America, that lasts for years. This is also accredited, and it generated the two first doctorates, is Antarctic science doctorate in our university, and the first two in our country. This allows the formation of human resources that can allow us to continue research Antarctica. On top of it, in addition, in 2014, we follow the minors, the American system that has majors and minors. Minors are subspecialties that are offered to all the students of our university, and it's a minor in Antarctic issues. And this consists in that every student from the University of Magallanes has the possibility to add credits regarding Antarctic issues, which allows them their pre-graduate and add this subspecialty in Antarctic issues. We have graduated nurses, lawyers, and engineers with minors in Antarctic issues. This is a field that differentiate our professionals with other universities, and from this idea has been replied the minors in sustainability and in other issues, and now soon we will relate them to green hydrogen. Investigation. To keep postgraduates, we need scientists that are researching and publishing. On top, to accredit a program, we must have a cluster, a group of people that requires researchers that publish and execute projects capable of push their own investigation and their resources. This has been the success of Gaia Center and the doctorate that generated people from the University of Magallanes with this knowledge. Before, masters had to support from teachers that had to come to the region because there was no other possibility here in the region. And now, to incorporate more people, we generate a hub here and a strength in our university that we generate our own researchers and our own teachers. This reinforces our capability of research, allowing more projects and more support from the Antarctic Institute. Many of our teachers are from INACH, and participations in great associative science projects, like to research the subantarctic basal depth, and it's a fund that allows 14,000 million pesos, and it has an Antarctic branch in that area. There was a millennium base biodiversity and ecosystem in subantarctic and Antarctic ecosystem, where our researchers are part of it. Those are very important advances for our region that we didn't have before. Historically, the Magellan University has executed about 20 projects in Antarctica, and with the participation of 50 researchers in average. Currently, in execution, there are projects as the atmospheric and oceanic interactions to evaluate their role in the modulation of the compensation of radiocarbon in the atmosphere during the last 5,600 years. They look for abiotic factors that model the distribution and diversity of mollusks and crustaceans as indicators of connectivity of biogeography between South America and Antarctica. These are very important lines because countries that aspire to Antarctica, we want to find connectivity between us and Antarctica. A studio of environmental impact for the Eolic Park in Magallanes, the modeling of the interactive evolution of weather, the Cape of Carbon in sea ice, using the system of land transition and the models of Antarctic sea ice shelf, the investigation of interdisciplinary and the conservation of biocultural forest, This research have a duration that fluctuates between 3 to 4 years, but these projects and some projects can last up to 10 years. The university has longer tradition and the development of investigations associated to areas of marine biology and land, but also has a geoscience pole. Regarding to the publications of scientific publishings, the Magellan University went from having 50 publications a year to 150 publications a year. In Chile, there's 58 universities and 23 are accredited in research, and our university is one of them. And from state university, it's only 18, and only 9 are accredited in investigation, and that's a badge of honor for us. So those 150 publications have contributed for us to have a higher standard of research. Only in the last year, the publications in subantarctic and Antarctic sciences were 65 papers distributed in themes such as marine biology, atmospheric sciences, glaciology, and land biodiversity. The rest was given by the human development and human establishment, settlement, energy lines, and environment. In the next graph, we can see the growth of our publishings, and we can see that in 2021, the second to last, the university had almost 183 publishings, which 40 had to do with the SIGA, so 22% of the publication of the university had to do with Antarctic research. And in 2022, out of 156 publications, 37 were also related to subantarctic and Antarctic publications. That means 24% of the publication of the university. And to say goodbye, we think that there's a challenge in higher levels of academic, so we need doctorates in marine biology, glaciology, climatology, but in the future it'd be wishable to have aspects of health science and legislation. We think that our university is a hub that welcomes everybody to participate, and hopefully in this research to Antarctica that are very important for our region and for our country. Thank you very much. Don José María Pérez, we thank you for your words. We thank the host. Thank you for allowing us this room and this space and for hosting this seminar. Thank you for allowing us to have this event here. Now we welcome Jorge Valdebenito, Director from Peer Works, Ariel Bravo, Vice President of APAL, Jose Retamales, Director of EPA, Don Marcelo González from the Chilean Antarctic Institute, and Don Jose Maripani, Headmaster of the University of Magallanes, to be on stage for a second round of questions. Please come on stage. We also invite Don Ricardo Cárcamo Livacic, representative of APAL, who will be moderating the second questioning panel. We invite those here or those following our streaming to ask the questions and generate comments that you may want to be read here in the panel. You're going to be there at the bottom. Let me add something, an anecdote, an interesting, that Don Ricardo is nephew of Don Livacic Casano, which is the name of this room. So it must be very beautiful for him to take part in this event, remembering his uncle, who, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 2 years, he turned 16 years after his death. Don Ricardo, Pato, thank you very much, and thank you for your presence here. We would like to say that there's an important group of people listening and following this seminar through streaming. We were collecting a series of questions from which we're going to select some. Some of them are directed with name and last name. The first one has to do with the new port in Puerto Williams. Simon Fernandez asks. He has 2 questions. First, from your perspective, what should Chile accomplish to consolidate in logistical scientific area, to encourage the tourism, or to look for an equilibrium in this gateway to Antarctica? I think something that is not indicated directly, but we get to see the hard technique aspect of the pier and the infrastructure that is born when the pier was assessed, that we could give to the country is to compare to what Argentina has in front of us. Ushuaia he's talking about. Is that we as a country, we add seriousness. And it's what people has bet on, and that's why people rely on Chile, because we're a safe place. Because our institutions, private and state-owned, they're all strong and allows them to do their activities in Chile and not in Argentina. So that needs to continue being encouraged. But reflecting on what Jose Ratamales said in relation to the difference between Puerto Williams and Ushuaia. This has to do with numbers. So the question is, can Puerto Williams project itself as a real competition to Ushuaia? And if that is the case, what would be the investment? The projected investment. Those who were born here in Punta Arenas and have known or have been in Ushuaia know that 50 years ago was not different from Puerto Williams today. There were small places, and the Republic of Argentina decided to invest in ports, in airports and piers more than 20 years ago. Ushuaia has, I could be wrong, please correct me if I'm wrong, at least 7 places to landfall for ships. Punta Arenas, adding Prat and Mardones, doesn't have 7 spaces for ships to landfall. That investment was done in Ushuaia when the city didn't have more than 20,000 people, and they built an international airport and the pier big enough for the future. Ushuaia is surrounded by mountains, so it doesn't have much space like we do. So we shouldn't minimize the importance of Antarctica for the development of this austral and southern area. I wouldn't dare to say the amount of investment, but I think that is very important what it was Jorge Valdianito just explained today about the improvements that will be in ports. Puerto Williams didn't have a pier It had a pier from the Navy, but not a commercial port. And a committee from the Antarctic in 2014, we gathered in Port Williams, and we brought the Ministry of Interior, and he wondered of the beauty of Port Williams. And the truth is that not only Port Williams, Magallanes is far from the mind of a decentralized country like ours. So beyond the amount of investment, the pier and airport will bring private investment. That's no doubt. Because today, this year, for the first time, 32 crews were moved from one line, Silver Sea. 32 landfalls against the over 500 that Ushuaia had. But Ushuaia, it's already small for the Antarctic cruises. The Antarctic cruises that can land in Antarctica do not have more than 200 passengers, maybe 250. When they are beyond 500 passengers, they cannot land in Antarctica. The treaty does not allow it. So the growth keep on growing, the amount of ships, and there's interest, and climate change with all its repercussion is it's an encouragement for wealthy people in the world to come and see the Antarctica. So the investment in Port Williams is a geopolitical important investment, and also the route through Bayacuc to arrive to the Sea of Lake from Punta Arenas means to sail between 20 to 22 hours, going around the Atlantic or through the Canal Beagle. So welcome all new routes to Antarctica that would allow Punta Arenas to participate from this movement and commute from continent to Antarctica. I would like to add that I had the opportunity to go to Ushuaia on 2010 or 11, I'm not sure, when the new university was inaugurated, called Universidad Nacional from Tierra del Fuego, Antarctica, and South Atlantic islands. So you can see what they are stating, and Jose is a geostrategic. Tierra del Fuego is a shared land. Antarctica is an international territory, and the islands and the Atlantic, South Atlantic, they refer mainly to the Falkland Islands, and this is the third university that this person was creating. And the first thing that he visualized was, I tried to find when the first tree was planted. Why, principal? Why is that important? Is it because that's the first symbol that somebody wanted to stay in a place, and it was first in the 60s. So university that sets itself needs to be pertinent and belonging. So clearly there was a vision, or there has been a vision, a geostrategic and geopolitical strategy, and we as region, we have taken an initiative as the CAI. There will be an infrastructure that will allow us to reposition ourselves in these pieces of land that we aspire and that we want to develop. From geostrategic plan is sovereignty, that our armed forces know very well, and from a geopolitical perspective, we need to harmonize sovereignty, lands, and the human settlements. And under that perspective, we can say that the signals are very strong. If we're moving forward in the International Antarctic Center with this center in Port Williams, we place ourselves as the research center of the world, also grabbing touristic attractions, because cruise ships are arriving and they want to have centers so they can have more research and places to be. So Port Williams is placing itself as an important place, and the improvements that we're having in ports will also lead to better this region. a question directly to my colleague Ariel in relation to the commercial area. On top of the private enterprises that are in La Pal, what other enterprises or areas of businesses could come into work in the area of Antarctica? There's a lot of it from what Maria Jose mentioned in the earlier stage. Everybody that thinks sustainable and responsibility and want to participate in Antarctica, we need to gather them. We're called to do the work in the private area responsibly. Enterprises that should be part in PAL is not closed at all. We're constantly inviting new organizations to participate and take part here, to be part of a PAL, but showing important values, which is the responsibility and the care of the planet, that we need to take care very sustainably. And if anybody is supplying Antarctic services, should look at itself and say whether they are in our same line of values, and if they are, then they should come talk to us, and that way we can widen APAL's covering. A question for Marcelo González. What do you think is the fragility between science and its efforts of preservation and the needs of the world for the recourses, for the existing resources? The challenge of sciences definitely is to do good science, and to do good science you need to have good researchers, good infrastructure, finance, because that will allow and give us evidence to, for example, sustain a new marine protected area, a marine area that is not impeding fishing, is regulating the activity, the fishing industry, or could also be logistics. That is a very good. That's our base. That's an important challenge, and another has to do with convincing those who make decisions. And here, going back to the last words of the principal, what is our position as a gateway to research in the new Austrian science? We are researching a comparative of all the gateway entryways: Christchurch, Hobart, Ushuaia, Ciudad del Cabo, and Punta Arenas. And if one can see the production of papers that imply in those cities, made in those cities from researchers of those places, settled in those places. Hobart is ahead, then Christchurch, and then Punta Arenas, then Ushuaia, and finally is Cape City. That's where we are in terms of production, of scientific production, and that's a very good tool and news to take decisions and to understand that the way that we chose is correct. Finally, we have a question for the entire panel that has to do with climate change. What can the private enterprises, the Navy, and the scientific world to help, not to intensify the climate warming, and how can we involve the citizenship to generate a culture of preservation and care? Let me take the word and let me say everything needs to be regulated and ruled. The perspective, the sustainable perspective involves all of us. We're working with all the ship businesses that take part in the Antarctica to rechange our energy matrix, to work strongly to how to take care of the environment in Antarctica. That's fundamental. and that's our north to what we need to achieve in the short term. Anybody else? See, let me just say that the new ship VL was designed with environmental standards that are very, very high in regarding of carbon footprints and energetic efficiency. And the installation of bases in Antarctica has to do with research bases that have less carbon footprints. Without a doubt, it's a very good question, because the question is how much do we pollute and how much do we contribute? And when we look our region, 60% of our region of an area is protected. We are those who capture most carbon in the world. We're capturing CO2 green in forests, red in turbs, and blue in our forests of algae. And those are elements that we need to value. We need more researchers into saying how much are we contributing, that related to natural resources. But on the other side, there are enterprises that are also that want to contribute to the decarbonization of the planet. You've heard of the idea of as a region as a hub of decarbonization, which naturally will imply that we may become a region that help to the decarbonization of the planet. Those are very important poles, but we as an institution need to contribute educationally. From education, we have the formation of new teachers, the formation of kindergarten teacher, health providers. So we have a good importance in education. It seems difficult. Back then I was studying in the United States when the law that prohibited people smoking in public areas. And I thought that was not going to happen in Chile. But what was my surprise that when the space here in the university, spaces, closest places that were covered with smoke stopped. So we showed that we were able to change our habit. We can change, we can improve. And education is one of the key elements so we can generate change from infancy. So the challenges are many, but humans have the capability of change and to adapt our behaviors and to help significantly to our planet. In the same line as our headmaster is saying, I would like to remember that not long ago, 130, maybe 140 years, man arrived 200 years. In the case of Mark Fairlane, that what he mentioned. Why did he arrive in Antarctica? Because he was looking for energy. He was looking for lard, whale fan, because that was the way to illuminate the cities. I studied chemistry engineering, and how did that career start? Because of the oil industry. And now in a few years we're going to be using water and air to use hydrogen and to illuminate our cities. So the world is changing, and it's changing constantly, all days, every day. And how can we participate? Magallanes has the opportunity to be a nucleus that can give energy to the world. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're discussing. Hydrogen that will be produced here in Magallanes, thanks to the energy of the wind. It's a topic that the Professor Arturo Kuzman, developed for over 20 years. We have all the capabilities in different places saved to produce hydrogen here in the university. It was done. And now it's going to be done at a worldwide scale for energy for Europe. We have to take this. I've heard some seminars in the hydrogen on worries, and the impact is going to be minimum in comparison to the benefit that is going to give the world. We want to have fuel that when they burn, they don't produce greenhouse gases. It's going to be tremendous. Well, from the perspective of the construction, it's well said that it's an area that does not help decarbonization. But as a Ministry of Public Works or as a director of airports, we have been asked to research and look for other alternatives, and we have been implementing two politics. One is that our constructions have to intervene the least amount of possible to avoid huge constructions that use lots of concrete, that use lots of carbon. Try to minimize the impact and minimize the constructions and concrete, and to maybe even change the materials for construction, maybe even to use recycled materials. We through the legislation we are forced to use materials that are new, but we're working on new legislation to be able to use reused materials in order to pollute less. Finally, let me thank you for your individual help in this area. Thank you for the questions, and if there are any questions in the audience, let me ask to the academics in the panel. Jorge and the principal mentioned many papers that have multiplied over the years. Also, thanks to the Antarctic Institute that moved to Punta Arenas. I wanted to ask you about the quality of the papers and how do we compare with other papers from other Antarctic studies in Chile. Pero are we in vogue? Are we very important as we think we are? We just published this year a paper that analyzes the production, the scientific production at national level, and the change has been radical. Our researchers that are part from the scientific national research areas, 300, 450 researchers around the country, they're all publishing, and ours are publishing in the best magazines. And these are magazines in the quartile 1 and 2. So our scientific national program changed 10 years ago and started publishing in important magazines. These magazines have peer research and peer review. So it's not the same to say something in Twitter or in a blog or a statement in Facebook than to go beyond the peer assessment and to make sure that the papers have been quality measured. And if we compare ourselves, and we're building a comparison with other entrant gateways to the Antarctica, the research is not done and processed, but from what we've seen from Latin America, we are leaders regarding Antarctic research. And Chile, in the international context, it weighs a lot in the Antarctic Treaty. It weighs in international organizations. We need to love ourselves and know that we're doing things well. Ariel, thank you for the question. It's an interesting. One of the manuals that help us understand the investigation is the manual of Frascati that explains how this scientific area is developed. And one could decompose it in basic investigation, applied investigation, and experimental investigation. And in basic investigation contributes with papers to grow the knowledge, the wheel of knowledge of a specific topic. Normally you need to pay, but this information that you can access publicly. That you gather information and then you use it to build more. The applied investigation tries to solve something, and the experimental research has to do concrete problems, and they patent it. That's where inventions come. When an invention is massified, one could see like an S. In very short time, the usage incremented significantly, then there's an innovation. Therefore, there are plenty of inventions that had never been implemented, therefore they have not been innovative. From our perspective, we're doing base in research, therefore it adds to the knowledge. And those are published in good magazines. These are from higher levels, but sometimes we need to apply those knowledge. In concrete, in our country, it has little development research. The amount of research that we have, the workforce that we have, 100 people working, how many are researchers? Searchers. Finland, about 14, 15. If you look at Israel, about the same. The one that has the least development in Europe, 9. Portugal. But when you look at South America, out of 100 people that work, how many are researchers? Argentina has maybe 3. Brazil, 1.5. And Chile doesn't have 1. So in order for us to move forward in science and technology, we need much more researchers than the one we have. And maybe the region who is the exception is ours. That we are focusing specifically in science. So we're the region that is going to have the most amount of researchers per capita in our country. That means that we are doing innovation in innovative areas, and we will generate new patents in natural products. One needs products that solve problems, and for that you need research. So what Antarctic products do we have that we can help that accomplish? We're generating bases, and we're going to have the results of this investment that our country is doing in science and technology. Thank you. We have one final question. My name is Jose Alcantara. I work in EPA, and my question goes to Ariel Bravo and the director of EPA. We hope to be part of APAL as a logistic enterprise. First port enterprise in the zone. I'm wondering about the public areas, customs, the bringing and exporting of products. Are we prepared in the region to consider systemization and more infrastructure? Are those public services up to date? I would say no, we're not ready. We still have a long way to go. And that's why we are visualizing these instances, so we can work on them, and we can work with Corfo through certain programs to visualize these gaps. And I think that the logistic world and private world has to adequate itself not only for asking things, but also to be part of the solution, not to be a barrier, but to allow regulations, customs, maritime enterprises, and they all have to work together in order for us to visualize and see things that will be coming in the future. We are lacking infrastructure for what is coming in 5 to 10 years, so we have the responsibility to work with it well and fast with authorities, and that involves everybody. And in Magallanes, which is a region with few people, massively and geographically, so it invites us to work together and not to face each other in problems and to try to solve problems individually, but the call is to work together as a team. Thank you, Jose. I would like to say 2 things. First, when I assumed the direction of the INACH and I started to go to different meetings, the question that arose constantly was how is an underdeveloped country like Chile can move an institute from the capital all the way to the extreme south. Australia had already done it. New Zealand had already done it. but they didn't. They wondered how is it that Chile did it, or how was going to do it. And then Santiago asked me the same thing. What is going to do INACH? INACH had problems to survive in Santiago. How is it going to do it in Punta Arenas? This is a sin of our country from South America to think that only that the capable minds are only in the capitals and the main cities. That is not true. That is just not true. We've proven it here, as I showed in my presentation. The publications. Chile used to write 2 articles per year. Per 10 articles that Argentina used to do. Now we do a number of articles, the same amount of articles in Chile and Argentina. Argentina still slightly has better publications than we do, and with more frequency. But we're moving forward. But that decentralization, hopefully one day it'll reach the certain agencies, public agency. You mentioned customs, but what more centralized than customs? I apologize if there's somebody from customs, but we presented 5 years ago from APAL a letter to modify the Basilea agreement. I don't want to go into details, but it said that it stopped Antarctic ships to make landfall here and to take their pollutants out because they were coming from Antarctica, because the convenio, the agreement forbid them to do that. But that's wrong. We wrote to customs and we never received a reply, and that's Antarctic politics. But that's not true. The centralization of the decisions is not good for our country. Those decisions should be decentralized. I think that's the most relevant. And regarding the challenge that is coming, EPA has had problems with an enterprise that was building a dolphin in Prat Pier, and that was stopped. But this public enterprise that doesn't always have the resources and the budgets to invest are happening, and they are moving, are being tendered, and we want the budget management to allow us the money to have a crane in Mardones. So we are still on time, and the port timing. It takes time to build something in a port or a pier. It takes many years, and we're very worried. Thank you. Thank you to all 9 speakers from APAL. We thank your presence, who are here, and those who join us through our broadcasts, our streaming broadcasts in YouTube. All this has been recorded, so those who are interested in checking this information or this lecture later, you can watch it when you want through YouTube. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ricardo, for moderating this this program. Let me thank PAL for allowing me to take part and this association. And last night, while I was preparing this seminar, I thought to write something, and this is what I wrote, and this is for you, hopefully. Patricio estaba diciendo algo y se cortó. Lo han cortado abajo.
Capaz que lo cortaron abajo.
Ya.
Porque mira, tiraron el video.
Sí. Yo escucho el video, ¿no?
Sí, claro.
¿Sí? Estaba despidiéndose.
Claro.
¿Sí?
Me imagino que debe haber sido eso. Encargado de tirar los videos. Tiró el video antes y...
Claro, se estaba despidiendo justo en la última frase en todo caso. Ay, me cago en la...
Te salió la...
Me cago, más largo que lo mío. Es que es muy difícil hacerlo en inglés, güey. Yo suelo no hacer eso, pero no me dijeron, pues, güey.
Claro.
Ayer me hicieron venir, hice la prueba de audio, y en la prueba de audio me dijeron, no, pero si es de inglés, del español a inglés.
No.
Qué caga.
Sí,
O
porque
la
eso,
sacaste,
eso normalmente lo tiene que hacer un nativo.
Claro, sí,
Entonces
exacto.
yo hago del inglés al español, pues eso es lo que
Exacto.
hago yo. Pero no hay otro bueno en Punta Arenas, ya no hay
Me
más bueno.
sirvió como ejercicio.
Sí, pero es que...
Igual es muy técnico lo que hace.
Sí, no, pero además cuando uno no tiene... Yo por ejemplo
Claro.
está subrayado, son cosas que se dicen al revés.
Claro.
Centro Antártico Internacional es International Antarctic Center. Entonces, ese tipo, cuando los buenos se largan y dicen 2, 3 de esas, yo tengo que esperar desde la primera frase hasta la última.
Claro.
Pues.
Y hay varios que se
Sí,
ponen a
un
improvisar
montón,
igual.
sí, pues. Se desvían y no me pasan las presentaciones. Pues. Tenía 4 de las 9, de las 8.
Bueno, al rector le pasa eso, porque se pone a improvisar harto.
No, todo se larga.
Sí, sí, se emocionan.
Y hay algunos que se largan fuerte. El buen de la PAL, rápido para hablar. El rector también, rápido para hablar. Puta, la presentación tiene que durar 15 minutos y la presentación de cada uno de ellos duró
Claro.
10, 7 minutos.
Se
Pues.
siempre se atrasan al comenzar. ¿No?
Sí, porque se atrasan en pueblo otra vez.
Sí. O en la mañana.
Yo bajé el volumen, yo no veo que esté saliendo todo caso, pero no quiero. No,
De abajo corta.
Ah, ya.
El chico que está acá a cargo, que anda con su
¿El Gabriel?
El-
¿Gabriel no? Gastón.
Él corta todo remoto, así que.
Ah, ya.
no te preocupes.
Ah, bueno, impecable.
¿Te salió largo el-
Sí, la weá es que salga bien. Pero teníamos pocas personas, en la mañana tuvimos 10 máximo, 3 normal, escuchando, no sé cuántos tuvimos, no sé si tú tienes idea de eso.
No, pues claro que generalmente los streaming cuando son muy específicos no
Ah,
lo vemos.
y menos en inglés. Pues. La gente lo va a escuchar en los idiomas originales, por lo general.
Claro, generalmente después ver la retransmisión nomás.
Sí.
Claro.
Dios mío.
Claro, porque tendrías que estar muy interesado para estar pegado toda la
Claro,
mañana.
toda la mañana, de las 8 a la 1, más si está siendo grabado.
Claro.
Lo dejáis